What if the fate of a nation rested in the hands of a man raised among its oppressors, a man whose very name echoed through the ages as both savior and rebel? In the shadow of a mighty empire, a child floated down a river wrapped in destiny's embrace, his cries mingling with the whispers of the reeds, each ripple in the water a portent of the trials that lay ahead. The Nile, a lifeline for many, would soon reveal itself as a stage for miracles and calamities, where the cries of the enslaved would rise like smoke into the heavens, demanding justice. The air crackled with tension as the sun sank low, casting long shadows over a people burdened by chains, their hope flickering like a dying flame. In the distance, an edict from the Pharaoh rang out, a decree of oppression that shrouded their lives in despair. But amid the anguish, a voice stirred, a voice destined to challenge the very foundations of power. Moses stood at the crossroads of two worlds, his heart torn between privilege and duty, a shepherd destined to lead his flock out of bondage. In the barren wilderness, a burning bush flickered to life, a sight so extraordinary that it pierced the veil of the ordinary. The air hummed with urgency as he approached, feet trembling on the ground that was suddenly holy. "I am who I am," the voice resonated, shaking Moses to his core. Was it a vision, a divine summoning, or a cruel trick of the mind? The weight of what was to come pressed down like an anvil, and the burden of leadership loomed larger than the mountains that surrounded him. As plagues descended upon Egypt, each more terrifying than the last, the cries of the Israelites mingled with the howling winds, an echo of a promise yet unfulfilled. Darkness swallowed the land. Frogs and locusts swarmed. Rivers turned to blood, a symphony of chaos that would lead to the final, unbearable choice: life or death. The night of the Passover loomed, a night that would seal destinies and shatter chains. Would Moses rise to the occasion, or would fear consume him like the very waters that would part under his command? The Red Sea lay ahead, its waters towering ominously, a monstrous wall waiting to either claim the fleeing slaves or reveal a path to freedom. Every heartbeat was a drumroll of fate, as pursuers thundered in hot pursuit, the ground trembling beneath their chariots. Would the man who once cowered before Pharaoh find the courage to command the very elements of nature? This was not merely a tale of one man. It was the saga of a people, a promise of hope aching to break free from the shackles of despair. With each passing moment, destiny tightened its grip, and the world held its breath, waiting for the moment when faith would test the boundaries of reality. The story of Moses was about to ignite, a tempest of miracles and revelations poised to unfold, where every decision carried the weight of heaven and earth. Would he rise as the bearer of liberation, or would history cast him as a mere footnote in a larger tale of suffering? The answer lingered in the air, electric and alive, as the stage was set for a confrontation that would ripple through time itself. In the shadow of the Great Pyramids, the air was thick with tension, an unspoken dread that hung like a storm cloud over the land of Egypt. The Nile, a lifeblood for many, whispered secrets to those who dared to listen. In the quiet corners of the bustling city of Memphis, a single heartbeat echoed loudly against the backdrop of oppression. It was a heartbeat that belonged to a child who hadn't yet seen the light of day but would change the course of history forever. The people of Israel toiled under the hot Egyptian sun, their backs bent and their hands calloused. They were shackled by the iron grip of Pharaoh, whose heart was as cold as the stones they carved. The edict had gone out, a chilling command that sent shockwaves through the hearts of every Hebrew mother. Cast every Hebrew boy into the Nile, a decree that turned dreams into nightmares, shattering futures before they had even begun. Fear wrapped its fingers around their throats, but hope flickered in the most unexpected places. In a modest dwelling, a woman named Jochebed felt the stirrings of life within her. She was pregnant, and with each passing day, the weight of her impending motherhood felt heavier. She knew the risks, the fierce eyes of the guards, and the cruel grip of fate that could snatch her child away in an instant. Yet, there was something extraordinary about the child she carried. Even as she worked tirelessly, her thoughts were consumed by visions of a boy who would not only survive but thrive against all odds. The day arrived when Jochebed's world exploded with joy and terror. The cries of a newborn filled the dimly lit room, cutting through the air like a clarion call. Her heart soared, a mix of ecstasy and fear flooding her senses. She clutched her son close, feeling the warmth of his tiny body against hers, and whispered promises of protection. She named him Moses, drawn from the waters that would claim him, a name that held the weight of destiny. But the outside world was unforgiving. Each day, Jochebed had to navigate the treacherous waters of a mother's heart and a tyrant's decree. She hid her child, wrapping him in blankets made from the softest cloth, her eyes filled with the tears of desperation and love. Days turned into weeks, and Moses grew stronger, his spirit igniting a fierce determination within her. Yet the walls felt as if they were closing in, the threat looming ever closer. One fateful day, the guards came, their footsteps heavy and menacing. Jochebed's heart raced as they rounded the corner, their faces cold and unyielding. She had to think quickly. In a moment of sheer desperation, she crafted a plan that would leave her heart aching but might just give her son a chance at life. She fashioned a small basket from reeds, coating it with tar to keep it afloat, her fingers trembling as she worked. With each twist and turn, she poured all her love and hopes into that woven cradle. As dusk fell, painting the sky in shades of purple and gold, Jochebed kissed her son, tears streaming down her cheeks. "You are a gift to this world," she whispered, her voice breaking. She placed him gently into the basket and set him adrift on the Nile. The waters lapped against the sides of the basket, cradling him with the tenderness only a mother could understand. She stepped back, her heart torn between love and sorrow, praying with every fiber of her being that the river would be kind. The Nile flowed silently, a witness to the drama unfolding upon its banks. As the moon rose high in the sky, a princess emerged from the palace, her laughter ringing like music in the still night. She strolled along the riverbank, her attendants following a respectful distance behind. Suddenly, her eyes caught the glimmer of something unusual bobbing in the water. A basket. Curiosity piqued. She beckoned to her servants to fetch it. With tentative hands, the princess opened the basket, and the cries of a Hebrew child filled the air, a sound both haunting and captivating. At that moment, everything changed. The child's wide, innocent eyes locked onto hers, and a bond forged in the fires of fate ignited between them. She recognized the beauty and fragility of life held within that small, vulnerable body. She felt an ache deep within her heart, a maternal instinct stirring against the backdrop of her royal lineage. "Oh, I cannot abandon him," she proclaimed, cradling Moses in her arms and feeling the warmth of his tiny body against her chest. The irony was not lost on her. She was a daughter of Pharaoh, yet here she stood, defying her father's cruel edict. The child was helpless, and in her heart, she knew she could not turn him away. As she walked back toward the palace, the fate of Moses shifted once again, now entwined with the very life of the one who would raise him. Back in the shadows, Jochebed watched from afar, her heart a tempest of emotions. She had made a sacrifice. She had sent her son away in hopes of saving him from death. But now, she felt a flicker of hope ignite within her. The princess had taken him, and perhaps, just perhaps, he would have a life filled with possibilities. Yet fate had more twists in store. As the princess prepared to raise Moses as her own, the haunting reality of the world around them lingered like the scent of impending rain. The kingdoms of men were fickle, and the child of a Hebrew could never truly belong. The story of Moses was only beginning, a tale of struggle and redemption, of courage and faith that would echo through the ages. As the moon bathed the land in its silvery glow, the stage was set for a destiny that would ripple through time, reminders of the power of love against the currents of oppression. In the shadow of opulent palaces, where sunbeams danced like golden threads on polished marble, a fragile cry echoed through the corridors of power. It was the sound of a baby, a sound that would ignite destinies and alter the course of history. Moses, a child born in secret, clung to the hope of a future he could not yet fathom. In the dusky light of an Egyptian night, he was cradled in the arms of a princess, hidden away from the wrath of a king who had decreed death for every Hebrew boy. The waters of the Nile whispered tales of divinity and danger as the royal boat glided upon its surface. The princess, with her gentle hands and compassionate heart, had rescued him from certain doom. She named him Moses, meaning to draw out, for she had pulled him from the river's embrace and infused him with the warmth of her royal blood. Little did she know that every heartbeat of this child would pulse with an urgency for justice, a yearning for his people trapped in the iron grip of oppression. Yet every night, when the moon cast silver beams through the high windows of the palace, Moses would hear the cries of his kin, the rhythmic crack of whips, the anguished wails of mothers, and the heavy silence that followed made the luxurious silk sheets feel cold against his skin. He would wake in the dark, the weight of an unnameable destiny pressing upon him. His heart ached with the knowledge that behind the gilded walls, the world was filled with pain. As years passed, Moses grew from an innocent child into a spirited boy, the golden sun catching in his dark curls. The princess adored him, and the palace staff honored him, yet a flicker of something deeper lay in his eyes. He learned the ways of the Egyptians, how to read the sacred hieroglyphs, how to navigate the political intrigue of the court. Each lesson was a thread, weaving him into the fabric of a world that was not his own. Each day, he donned the clothes of a prince, yet with every step, he felt the pull of his true heritage, a call that echoed louder as he matured. In his heart, he struggled with the duality of his existence. Surrounded by opulence, he often escaped to the banks of the Nile, where the water lapped at the shores like a soothing balm. There, he would sit for hours, staring into the depths, searching for the child he once was. He saw visions of his people, their backs bent under the weight of bricks, their spirits crushed yet flickering with defiance. The river, in its flow, seemed to carry their stories, their hopes, and their sorrows, all swirling in a relentless current. One fateful day, the tension in his chest could no longer be ignored. Driven by a force he didn't understand, he left the safety of the palace and ventured into the heart of the city, where the cries of the oppressed rang like a bell in his soul. There, in the dusty streets, he witnessed the harsh realities of slavery. His eyes met those of a laborer, weary and sunken, a father who had lost everything but his will to survive. Anguish twisted in Moses' heart as he realized the truth of his lineage and the burden he carried. In a moment of blind rage, he acted. Like a flash of lightning, he struck down an Egyptian overseer who was mercilessly beating a Hebrew slave. The act was primal, a clash of two worlds that had coexisted uncomfortably. With the blood of the oppressor staining his hands, panic surged through him. What had he done? The weight of his actions pressed down like a heavy stone, and he fled into the desert, leaving behind the life he had known. The desert was an unforgiving teacher, its vastness consuming him. Yet amidst the burning sun and biting winds, he began to understand the gravity of his destiny. Days turned into weeks, and as he wandered, his heart wrestled with the fear of being a fugitive. He was not just running from the wrath of Pharaoh. He was running from the truth he had uncovered about himself. He was a Hebrew, not a prince, and the lives of his people were intertwined with his own in ways he had yet to comprehend. As night fell, the stars flickered like distant dreams, illuminating a path through the darkness. Moses found himself at a well, where the laughter of shepherds echoed in the cool air. Here, amidst the simplicity of their lives, he felt a strange sense of belonging. The daughters of Jethro approached, their beauty radiating a warmth that began to thaw the icy grip of loneliness. When they spoke, their voices were like music, inviting him into their world, and he felt hope sprouting in his heart once more. But the shadows of his past loomed large. The weight of his actions clung to him, a reminder of the life he had abandoned. Each glance cast in his direction was a reminder of the Egyptian he had killed, the life lost, and the chaos he had unleashed. The laughter faded into whispers, and the warmth turned chilly as the ghosts of his decisions haunted him. Moses' life veered into another direction. He married one of Jethro's daughters, settling into the rhythms of a shepherd's life. With every sheep he watched over, With every starry night spent under the heavens, he began to find solace. Yet beneath the calm surface, a tempest brewed. The cries of his people were a siren song, calling him back to a destiny he could no longer ignore. As the years unfolded, a flame flickered within him, yearning to ignite. He would stand on the hills, gazing toward Egypt, and the memories of his childhood in Pharaoh's house would flood back. The opulence, the laughter, the gentle touch of the princess who had saved him, all mingled with the cries of the enslaved. And in that conflict, a deep understanding began to form, threading through his heart like a bead on a string. In his mind's eye, he could see the burning bush, a divine spark waiting to be recognized, a call to action that would echo through time. The moment would come, and when it did, the world would tremble under the weight of his choices. The line between his past and his future would blur, leading him to the precipice of a revolution that would shake the very foundations of Egypt and the hearts of his people. But for now, he remained in the desert, caught between two worlds, the prince and the shepherd, the Egyptian child and the Hebrew liberator. Time slipped by, and Moses felt the pull of fate growing stronger, a magnetic force drawing him closer to the moment he would embrace his true identity. The river was calling him home. In the dim light of dawn, a lone figure stood at the edge of a vast desert, the weight of countless souls pressing on his shoulders. The horizon shimmered with a heat that danced like ghosts, but it was not the sun that consumed him. It was the suffering of his people, echoing in his heart like an unending lament. A faint breeze whispered past, carrying with it the distant cries of anguish, the sounds of despair that had become a melody in the backdrop of his life. Moses, destined to be a leader, felt the burden of his kin, the Israelites, who toiled under the heavy hand of Pharaoh. Their faces haunted him as vividly as the stars shone in the night sky. He recalled the time he had witnessed an Egyptian taskmaster mercilessly strike a Hebrew for a trivial mistake, a moment that etched itself into his memory with a cruel permanence. The sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed in his ears, as the anguished cries of the Hebrew rang out, resonating with the unspoken pain that coursed through his veins. Each blow was not just a strike against one man, but a blow against a people yearning for their freedom, for their dignity, for their very lives. As he walked through the narrow alleyways of the Hebrew camp, the air thick with the scent of sweat and desperation, he saw children, frail and hungry, their bellies swollen from starvation. Their eyes, wide with fear yet filled with hope, seemed to pierce right through him, challenging him to act. The whispers of mothers, their voices tight with worry, filled the air, recounting tales of loss and dreams deferred, stories that hung in the air like heavy fog. Moses remembered his own identity, caught between two worlds, the son of a Hebrew woman raised in an Egyptian palace. He was a man of privilege, yet his heart beat in rhythm with the oppressed. The torn fabric of his life was a constant reminder of the duality he faced. The Hebrew blood in his veins cried out for justice, while the Egyptian upbringing taught him the ways of power and control. Torn by the duality of his existence, he felt as if he were standing at a precipice, with the weight of destiny urging him to leap into action. It was in the quiet moments, when the tormented cries of his people grew louder in his mind, that Moses felt the stirrings of something profound. Those dreams of liberation, of a promised land flowing with milk and honey, beckoned him. Each night, as he lay beneath the stars, their brilliance was a reminder of hope. But as dawn broke, harsh reality would return, as relentless as the sun rising over the horizon, and the suffering of his people would come rushing back, a tidal wave of despair that threatened to drown him. One fateful day, while tending to the flocks, he stumbled upon a burning bush, its flames dancing with an intensity that both terrified and captivated him. It was not consumed by fire. Instead, it glowed with a divine presence that demanded his attention. The voice that emerged from the flames was like thunder, carrying both authority and compassion. "I have seen the misery of my people in Egypt," it proclaimed, echoing his own turmoil. "I have heard their cries for help and have come to rescue them." In that moment, everything changed. The air crackled with energy, and Moses felt a surge of emotion. Fear, honor, and the weight of responsibility all collided within him. He was not just witnessing the suffering. He was being called to act, to take a stand against the oppressive forces that held his people in chains. Each word from the burning bush ignited a fire within him, a fire that demanded action, that reached deep into the core of his being and pulled him toward his destiny. But with that call came doubt. Questions flooded his mind. Who was he to lead? How could he persuade Pharaoh, a king so set in his ways, to let go of the very people who built his empire? The insecurity surged like a wild river, threatening to sweep him away. Yet, the cries of his people echoed louder than his doubts, resonating in the very marrow of his bones. Their suffering became his fuel, transforming his fear into a fierce resolve. Days turned into restless nights as Moses wrestled with his mission. The faces of the oppressed haunted him. Their hopes flickered like candles in a tempest. He envisioned their chains falling away, their laughter rising like a phoenix from the ashes of despair. Each night, he could hear their whispers, "Will you help us? Will you be our voice?" And each time, he felt the weight of their plight press down harder, urging him to answer. With every passing moment, urgency gripped him. He could no longer stand on the sidelines, paralyzed by uncertainty. The suffering of his people was not a distant memory. It lived and breathed within him. He imagined the day when they would no longer toil under the whip of an oppressor, when they would dance freely under the same stars that had once watched over their forefathers. The thought of such liberation ignited a fire in his heart that could not be quenched. As he prepared to confront Pharaoh, the tension in his chest coiled tightly, a paradox of fear and determination. He knew the power that Pharaoh wielded, the army ready to crush dissent. Yet, at that moment, he was no longer just a shepherd or a man caught between worlds. He had become the voice of the voiceless, the hope for the hopeless, and the embodiment of his people's suffering and dreams. The time for silence had passed. The call to action resonated within him like a drumbeat, strong and unwavering. As he took his first step toward the palace, each footfall echoed with the cries of his people, urging him forward. The moment had arrived. Destiny awaited him, and with it, the promise of a brighter tomorrow. With every step he took, he felt the weight of history resting on his shoulders. The echoes of the past intertwined with the whispers of the present, and the world held its breath as he moved toward the moment that would change everything. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the Egyptian landscape, a stark contrast to the turmoil brewing in Moses' heart. He stood near the banks of the Nile, the water shimmering under the relentless sun, but it offered no solace. Here, where the world seemed calm, he felt the raging storm inside him. It wouldn't be long before the weight of his decision crushed him, but there was no turning back now. Moses had witnessed the cruelty of his people, from the whips cracking against the backs of the Hebrew slaves to the vacant eyes of those who had lost hope. Yet, the true horror had revealed itself in a blinding flash of anger, an act that would forever change the course of his life. He had not sought to kill, but in that moment of fury, the spark of violence had ignited within him. As he approached the scene of his rage, the memory was vivid. The Egyptian taskmaster had loomed over a Hebrew, a man whose only crime was to exist beneath the oppressive hand of Pharaoh's rule. The air had thickened with tension, and in a heartbeat Moses had acted, not with the precision of a warrior, but with the desperation of a man who could no longer bear the plight of his brethren. In one swift motion, the Egyptian lay lifeless at his feet, the blood pooling in the dust, a stark reminder of the fragility of life. What had he done? The question echoed through his mind, a haunting refrain that would follow him for years. He had buried the body in the sand, hoping to hide his sin from the world, but it was carved into his soul. Fear gnawed at him as whispers of his crime began to circulate. He had become a fugitive in his own land, an outlaw in a kingdom where he once held a privileged status. The days that followed were filled with dread. Each glance over his shoulder felt like a dagger, each rustle in the reeds a harbinger of doom. The Pharaoh's guards were relentless, their eyes scanning the crowded streets for the man who had dared to take life. Moses felt the walls of his world closing in, suffocating him. There was no choice left. Midian beckoned like a distant star, promising a refuge he desperately needed. The journey to Midian was treacherous. Moses moved under the cover of darkness, the moon casting a silvery light over the rugged terrain. His heart pounded with every step, each footfall echoing the weight of his guilt. He knew he was running, but the question of where to find peace lingered like a ghost at his side. He thought of the Hebrews, their suffering, their chains, and every thought felt like a betrayal. Could he truly abandon them in their time of need? Time blurred as he traversed the arid wilderness. Days turned into nights, and nights into days, but the horizon remained unforgiving. At times he stumbled, fatigue clawing at his limbs, but he pushed forward. The heat of the sun was relentless, and the coolness of the night only served as a reminder of the warmth he once felt in Egypt. But there was no going back. That life had slipped through his fingers like sand. Finally, the jagged peaks of Midian rose before him, stark against the blue sky. At the foot of those mountains, he found a well, shimmering like a jewel in the barren land. He approached it cautiously, the water beckoning him like a long-lost friend. As he knelt to drink, the cool liquid washed over his lips, filling him with a sense of life he thought he had lost forever. But the peace was short-lived. As he quenched his thirst, he sensed movement behind him. A group of shepherds, surprised by his arrival, glared with suspicion. Their hands rested on their staffs, ready to defend their territory. In that moment, Moses felt the familiar pangs of fear and isolation. What could he say to justify his presence? He was a man without a home, without a people, his very essence marred by blood. Yet fate can be generous. One of the shepherds, noting the weariness in Moses' eyes, stepped forward. "You look lost, stranger," he said, his voice a mix of caution and curiosity. "What brings you to our well?" In the warmth of that moment, Moses found a glimmer of hope. He spoke of his journey, careful not to betray the full truth behind his exile. The shepherds listened, their faces softening as they saw a man weighed down by burdens not of his own choosing. They brought him back to their camp, where a flickering fire danced in the cool evening air. The stars twinkled overhead, a vast canvas of light that somehow felt like a blessing. Among them was a young woman, Zipporah, who caught Moses' eye. Her laughter filled the air like music, and for the first time in what felt like ages, he felt a flicker of something other than despair. Days turned into weeks, and Moses found himself falling into a routine. He tended the flocks, learned the ways of the Midianites, and began to heal from the wounds of his past. But even in the solace of this new life, the shadows of his memory haunted him. Each time he looked at Zipporah, he saw the life he could have had, gentle, safe, and filled with love. Yet he was a man forged in violence, and the specter of his actions loomed large. Then came the day of reckoning when everything changed. An urgent call echoed through the camp, stirring men from their slumber. The skies darkened, and the wind howled with an unsettling fury. Moses stood at the edge of the camp, his heart racing. He could sense the shift in the air, a portent of something monumental. As the storm approached, an ancient voice whispered through the wind, a call that would draw him back to the very land he fled. The cries of those still enslaved, those who needed a leader, a deliverer. Moses felt the pull, the weight of destiny pressing upon him. He had come to Midian seeking refuge, but what if this was not just an escape? What if he was being summoned for a purpose far greater than himself? But the past clung to him like thorns, a relentless reminder of the blood on his hands. The conflict within him surged like the storm brewing overhead. Would he return to Egypt, risking everything for a people he had abandoned? Or would he remain in the shadows of Midian, hiding from the man he had become? The winds howled louder, drowning out his thoughts, urging him to make a choice that would alter the course of history forever. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm golden hue over the rugged terrain of Midian. The air, fragrant with wild thyme and the distant echo of a clear stream, whispered secrets to those willing to listen. Amidst this beauty, a lone figure moved gracefully among his flock, the rhythm of his steps a gentle reminder of the simple life he had embraced. Moses, once a prince of Egypt, now bore the humble mantle of a shepherd. He had traded palace luxuries for the rough embrace of sheep and the unyielding expanse of the desert. Each day unfolded like the last, yet within the threads of his new life, a deeper narrative wove itself, a tale colored by heartache, healing, and hope. As he led his flock to greener pastures, Moses often found his thoughts drifting back to the life he had left behind. Memories of the opulent palace and the intricate hieroglyphs that adorned its walls clashed violently with the reality of his present. He had made a choice fueled by guilt and yearning for purpose. The harsh winds of Midian were now his companions, just as the rugged landscape reshaped his spirit, molding him into a man of resilience. In the quietude of the hills, he encountered her for the first time. Zipporah, daughter of Jethro, moved with a grace that seemed to dance on the edges of the sunlight. Her laughter rang through the air, a melodic sound that caught Moses off guard. She was not just another shepherd's daughter. She was fire and spirit, a force of nature that ignited something deep within him. Their first meeting was a simple yet profound moment. It was midday, and the sun blazed overhead as Moses helped Zipporah draw water from the well. Their hands brushed against one another as they pulled the heavy jug from the cool depths, an electric spark of connection that neither could ignore. It was the kind of moment that held the weight of destiny, something unspoken yet palpable, as if the universe itself had conspired to bring them together. Days turned into weeks, and with every shared laugh and lingering glance, Moses felt himself drawn to her like a moth to a flame. He watched her tend to her father's flock, her determined spirit shining through the dust and sweat of a hard day's work. Zipporah was not afraid of the sun or the toil it demanded. She embraced it all with a fierce pride that captivated him. It was within those sun-drenched moments that something deeper blossomed, a bond forged in the honest grit of labor and shared dreams. Yet, shadows loomed on the horizon, dark reminders of Moses' past. The whispers of his history haunted him. He was a wanted man, a fugitive, and every joyful moment with Zipporah was tinged with an undercurrent of anxiety. He had left everything behind to escape a life that felt like a gilded cage, but the weight of his choices pressed down on him. Could he truly claim happiness when so much sorrow lingered like an uninvited guest? One evening, as the stars began to blanket the sky, Moses and Zipporah sat by the flickering fire, their shadows dancing against the rugged rock faces. The warmth of the flames mirrored the warmth in their hearts, but doubt gnawed at the edges of Moses' mind. Could he ask her to share in a life that was so uncertain? He watched her, illuminated by the flames, and he felt a pull so strong it made his heart race. "Tell me," he said, breaking the silence, his voice low and hesitant. "What do you dream of, Zipporah?" She turned to him, her eyes reflecting the flickering light, revealing depths of thought and emotion. "I dream of a world where my people are free, a place where love does not hide in the shadows, but shines bright for all to see." Her words hung in the air, heavy with truth, and Moses felt a pang in his chest. Could he be the one to make such dreams a reality? As weeks turned into months, they found a rhythm together, shepherd and shepherdess, partners in the dance of life. They shared laughter over shared meals, their hearts weaving together like threads in a tapestry. Yet, beneath the surface, the weight of unspoken fears loomed larger with each passing day. Would she love him still if she knew the truth of his past? Would she stand by his side when the storms of his life returned? Then came the day when the winds shifted. A caravan of traders arrived, bringing news from the outside world and stirring the dust of forgotten memories. Moses felt the familiar thrum of unease as he overheard whispers about uprisings in Egypt. They spoke of a leader rising, someone who would rally his people, someone who would challenge the Pharaoh. Moses' heart raced, his mind a battlefield of conflict. Could he step back into that life, the very life he had fled? But Zipporah, sensing the turmoil within him, took his hand. "Whatever you choose, I will stand by you," she said, a promise forged in the fire of her spirit. Her words wrapped around him like a warm blanket, but the weight of his past threatened to suffocate the hope blossoming within him. Days turned into nights filled with restless dreams, and as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, Moses stood at the edge of the cliff, gazing out at the vast expanse of Midian. The sun painted the sky in hues of gold and crimson, a reminder of the beauty that could exist alongside chaos. He felt the pull of destiny calling to him, a siren's song that he could no longer ignore. But what lay ahead was shrouded in uncertainty. Would he be the leader his people needed? Could he unite them against the darkness that had ensnared them for so long? And what of Zipporah? Would she follow him into that storm, hand in hand, through the trials that awaited them both? As he turned towards her, the strength in her gaze ignited a fire in his heart. In that moment, he knew that life in Midian had transformed him in ways he never imagined. The shepherd was awakening, the leader within him yearning to rise. With Zipporah by his side, he felt something shift, a determination to reclaim the destiny he had once abandoned. And so, the winds of change swirled around them, whispering promises and dangers alike. The past and the future collided in the restless heart of Moses, a man torn between who he was and who he could become. The journey ahead loomed like an uncharted path, but with every heartbeat, he felt the call of purpose quickening beneath his skin. In the dry, sun-baked land of Midian, the air shimmered with a heat that seemed to whisper secrets of the ancient world. The rugged mountains stood guard, their shadows stretching long over the barren earth, as if hiding untold stories from the past. Amongst the craggy outcrops, there was a quiet, almost forgotten place where a humble shepherd named Moses tended to his flock. His days were filled with the simple rhythms of life, but deep within him lay a restlessness, a longing for something more, something beyond the rolling hills and endless skies. One ordinary day, as the sun blazed overhead, Moses found himself wandering further from his sheep, lost in thought. That's when it happened. A sight so extraordinary it would burn itself into his memory forever. A bush, set ablaze yet untouched by the flames, danced with an ethereal light. It flickered and shimmered like a star fallen to earth, casting an otherworldly glow across the desolate landscape. Moses felt an inexplicable pull toward it, an urge that surged through him like a river breaking its banks. As he approached, every step felt heavy with anticipation. The world around him faded, and all he could hear was the frantic beating of his own heart echoing in his ears. The flames crackled, but there was no smoke, no ash. It was as if the bush itself were alive, reaching out to him with its fiery tendrils. The very air seemed to pulse with life. Moses could hardly breathe, a mix of fear and awe coursing through him. He was a mere shepherd, a man of humble beginnings, standing before something magnificent and wholly divine. Moses! Moses! The voice rang out, rich and resonant, breaking the silence like thunder. It was not a voice that belonged to this world, yet it called his name with intimate familiarity. Moses felt a shiver run down his spine, recognition lighting up his mind even as doubt flickered in the corners. "Here I am," he replied, his voice trembling, a whisper carried on the wind. "Do not come any closer. Take off your sandals, for the place where you are standing is holy ground." The command was clear, a directive that demanded obedience. Moses knelt, removing his sandals, feeling the cool, sacred earth beneath his bare feet. In that moment, he understood that he was on the threshold of something monumental, something that would change not just his life, but the fate of his people. The voice continued, weaving a tapestry of destiny and purpose. "I have seen the misery of my people in Egypt. I have heard their cries for help, and I have come down to rescue them." Each word was a heavy stone, building a weighty truth in Moses's heart. The pain of his people, the cries of the oppressed, it all washed over him like a flood he could no longer ignore. Moses felt the ghost of his past clawing at him. He remembered the reasons he had fled Egypt, the fear that had driven him to this desolate land. "Who am I that I should go to Pharaoh and bring the Israelites out of Egypt?" The words tumbled from his lips, a desperate question. He was a fugitive, a man marked by failure, a stutterer who felt unworthy of such a monumental task. But the voice was unwavering, filled with power and certainty. "I will be with you." It was a promise that carved hope into Moses' heart, igniting a flicker of courage that had long been dormant. "And this will be the sign to you that it is I who have sent you. When you have brought the people out of Egypt, you will worship God on this mountain." The flames of the burning bush flared higher, illuminating the path laid out before him, a path laden with the weight of history and the desperate cries of a nation in bondage. Questions churned in Moses' mind, questions that would not stay silent. What if they ask me your name? What should I tell them? The doubt was palpable, a gnawing fear threatening to pull him back into the shadows of his past. "I am who I am," the voice declared, reverberating through the stillness of the desert. "Tell them I am has sent you." The revelation struck Moses like a lightning bolt, illuminating the very essence of existence itself. The weight of the name held eternity within it, a promise that transcended time and space. The great I Am was not just a title, but a living, breathing reality that would walk with him into the heart of Pharaoh's court. Moses' heart raced, a blend of exhilaration and terror coursing through him. He was being called, commissioned to stand against tyranny, to confront the very forces that had oppressed his people for generations. The enormity of the task loomed before him like an insurmountable mountain. Yet within that challenge lay the spark of a revolution, a chance to ignite the flame of hope among the despairing. As the voice continued to speak, the very air crackled with divine purpose. "You will speak to Pharaoh, and he will not listen. But I will stretch out my hand and perform wonders in Egypt." Each promise was like a spark, igniting the ember of determination deep within Moses' core. The thought of miracles, plagues and signs filled him with a sense of urgency and a profound ache for justice. He could almost envision the chains of slavery breaking, the cries of joy erupting as his people danced free. Yet, the shadows of uncertainty still lingered. "But I am not eloquent. I can't speak well." The protest slipped from his mouth, heavy with the weight of self-doubt. Would his tongue betray him? Would he falter before Pharaoh? Who gave human beings their mouths? Who makes them deaf or mute? Is it not I, the Lord? The voice was firm, filled with an authority that commanded attention. "Now go. I will help you speak and teach you what to say." A flicker of hope ignited within him, but still he hesitated. Would he truly be able to rise to this challenge? In that sacred moment, as the flames flickered and the ground beneath him pulsed with life, Moses felt the weight of the world upon his shoulders. A mission was birthed in the space between the divine and the mundane. The air was thick with the promise of change, a revolution not just against the chains of Egypt, but against the chains of fear binding his own heart. The burning bush blazed brightly, and as Moses looked into its depths, he saw not just a bush on fire, but a call to action, a divine commission that would echo through the ages. The cries of his people rang in his ears, a chorus of voices that would not be silenced. As the sun began to set behind the mountains, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, Moses took a breath, feeling the sparks of courage ignite within him. "I will go," he whispered, committing himself to the journey ahead, not knowing the trials that lay in wait, but knowing he was no longer alone. The voice of the Lord had spoken, and with it came a fire that would blaze through Egypt, a fire that could not be extinguished. The wheels of history had begun to turn, and the world would never be the same. The wind swirled around him, carrying the weight of destiny as Moses stepped into the unknown, ready to face Pharaoh and lead his people to freedom. The desert sun beat down mercilessly on the dusty ground, its heat shimmering like a mirage. In the distance, the rugged mountains stood tall, guardians of secrets long buried in history. Among those mountains, a shepherd named Moses stood alone, wrestling with a weight heavier than the stones he carried. His heart raced, echoing the turmoil that raged within him. God had spoken, a voice so profound it shook the very fabric of the earth, calling him to lead a people shackled in chains. Yet here he was, paralyzed by doubt. The vision of God's burning bush flickered in his memory, an impossible sight that ignited a fire in his soul. Yet, as much as he felt the divine call, Moses was not the man he thought the world needed. "Who am I?" he had whispered, a question laced with disbelief and fear. He recalled the people he had once fled, the Egyptians with their piercing eyes, and the Israelites who had lost hope long ago. The thought of returning filled him with dread. What if they turned against him? What if they mocked his call? His past failures haunted him like shadows in the night. "Go," the voice had commanded, but Moses felt frozen in place. The weight of his own inadequacies pressed down, creating a chasm between him and the destiny laid out before him. He remembered the way he had killed an Egyptian, the blood on his hands, the panic in his heart. Would the people see a hero or a murderer? Would they follow him or fear him? As he stood there, wrestling with his fears, the wind began to stir, whispering secrets of courage and strength. What if they don't believe me? What if they ask me who sent me? The questions tumbled from his mouth like stones dropped into a still pond, creating ripples of uncertainty that echoed in his mind. God's presence enveloped him, a gentle reminder that he was not alone in this. "Tell them I am sent you," the voice echoed. The power behind those words was undeniable, yet doubt lingered like a heavy fog. Moses faltered, grappling with the enormity of the task. To lead a nation from slavery to freedom was not merely a mission. It was a revolution that could shatter the chains of generations. The thought of standing before Pharaoh sent chills racing down his spine. The might of Egypt loomed large in his imagination. What use was a shepherd, a man who stuttered under pressure, against the crown of an empire? "I am slow of speech and tongue," he murmured, each word weighed down with the gravity of his insecurities. But God, with a voice like thunder and a heart full of compassion, responded with unwavering assurance. "I will help you speak and will teach you what to say." The promise hung in the air, a lifeline thrown to a drowning man. Moses felt a flicker of hope ignite within him, but it was quickly snuffed out by the rising tide of his fears. "Please, Lord, send someone else," he implored, the desperation evident in his tone. This plea spilled from his lips, raw and painful. The silence that followed felt deafening, a moment steeped in tension as the very stones beneath him seemed to hold their breath. How could he be the one to change history when he felt so broken inside? God's response was immediate, a rush of divine anger tempered by infinite patience. "Is there not Aaron, your brother? He will speak for you." The idea of partnership kindled a small flame of relief in Moses' heart. Perhaps he didn't have to bear this burden alone. Yet, the weight of his reluctance still clung to him like a second skin, making each moment feel like an eternity. With a trembling voice, he spoke again, this time more to himself than to God. "What if they don't listen? What if they reject me?" The fear of rejection felt like a brick wall, solid and unyielding. The very thought of being ignored by his own people rattled him to his core. Would they see him as a savior or a fool? God's reply came like a gentle breeze, wrapping around him in a warm embrace, a reminder that faith often requires a leap into the unknown. "You will perform signs and wonders. I will be with you." The promise lingered in the air, a divine assurance that nudged at the edges of Moses' doubt. And yet, even as the words washed over him, he felt the familiar grip of uncertainty tighten. This was no small task. It was a war against oppression, a battle for freedom, and he was merely a shepherd. The enormity of it all threatened to pull him under once more. Just then, as if summoned by the very essence of his struggle, the ground beneath his feet trembled. A sudden crack of thunder resonated in the distance, echoing the conflict raging within him. His heart skipped a beat, the sound reminding him of the storm that was brewing, both outside and inside. As Moses stood there, caught between divine command and human hesitation, he felt the pull of history itself. This was a moment that would etch itself into the annals of time, and yet he felt so unworthy to be its author. The fate of a nation lay in his hands, and the stakes were higher than he could ever have imagined. He could feel the breath of countless generations waiting for him to act, and their whispers filled the air, begging him to rise above his fears. With each heartbeat, the tension wrapped tighter around him, a noose woven from reluctance and resolve. Moses took a deep breath and closed his eyes, envisioning the faces of the oppressed Israelites, their eyes filled with despair and longing for freedom. In that moment, the weight of his reluctance transformed into something else. A flicker of determination ignited within him, battling against the shadows of doubt that had long held him captive. And just as he felt the first stirrings of courage, the voice of God echoed again, rich and vibrant, infusing him with strength. "Go, for I am with you." The words flooded through him, washing away the remnants of his fear, replacing it with an undeniable purpose. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the valley, Moses stood tall, ready to face the storm that awaited him. The call had been made and he was done resisting. The journey ahead would be fraught with challenges, but deep within, he felt an unshakable resolve, a promise of hope born from his reluctance. And as he turned to leave the mountain, his heart raced, and the future stretched before him like an unwritten scroll, waiting to be filled with the tale of liberation and faith. The echoes of his doubts faded into the distance, replaced by the burgeoning sense that perhaps, just perhaps, he was meant for this monumental task after all. The hot, dry wind swept across the golden sands of Egypt, stirring up clouds of dust that danced in the sunlight, each grain a reminder of time gone by. In the distance, the towering silhouette of the Great Pyramids stood firm against the blue sky, their ancient stones whispering tales of glory and oppression. The air buzzed with tension, thick with the anticipation of a confrontation long avoided, but now unavoidable. Moses stood at the border of Egypt, his heart pounding like the drums of war. He felt the weight of the world on his shoulders, the cries of his people echoing in his mind. Their hopes, their despair, their relentless suffering under Pharaoh's heavy hand. He had fled this land, but now he was returning, his purpose clear yet burdened with fear. This was not merely a journey. It was a reckoning. The moment he had dreaded yet longed for had arrived, and the stakes were higher than ever. He turned to his brother Aaron, who stood beside him, eyes filled with a mix of determination and apprehension. What if he refuses to listen? Aaron's voice trembled slightly, betraying the anxiety they both felt. Together, they had seen the signs, witnessed the miracles, but confronting Pharaoh was a different beast. What if he hardens his heart against us? Moses clenched his fists, recalling the voice of God that had called him from the burning bush, urging him to return to Egypt and demand freedom for the Israelites. "We have no choice," he replied, his voice steadier than he felt. "We must speak the truth, no matter the cost." As they approached the palace, the grandeur of the architecture loomed over them, a stark contrast to the misery of the Hebrew slaves laboring in its shadow. Guards in ornate armor patrolled the entrance, their faces hardened by years of loyalty to a king who ruled with an iron fist. With each step forward, Moses could feel the weight of history pressing down on him. He was not just a man, he was a symbol of hope, a beacon for the oppressed. They entered the throne room, its vastness echoing with silence. Golden pillars soared to the ceiling, and the air was thick with the scent of incense. At the far end, Pharaoh sat upon his throne, a figure draped in fine linen and jewels, radiating authority and arrogance. His eyes narrowed as he regarded the two men who dared to disturb his peace. "What brings you back to my land, Moses?" Pharaoh's voice was smooth, yet it cut through the air like a knife. "Have you come to plead for your people, or have you returned to waste my time?" Moses took a deep breath, feeling the weight of his mission settle in his chest. "I have come to deliver a message from the God of the Hebrews. Let my people go." The words rang out, powerful and resolute, echoing off the walls of the grand chamber. Pharaoh's laughter filled the space, rich and mocking. "Who is this God you speak of? I know not of him, and I will not bow to any god." His dismissal was cold, each word a denial of the suffering that surrounded them. The weight of Pharaoh's words hung in the air, and for a moment, hope flickered like a candle in the wind. Moses pressed on, the voice of his people urging him forward. "The God of Israel is powerful and fierce. He will bring plagues upon this land if you refuse to listen. The cries of the Israelites have reached the heavens, and justice will come. His voice trembled with conviction, but it was met with indifference. Pharaoh leaned back in his throne, a smirk dancing on his lips. You threaten me? Do you think I fear your God? I am Pharaoh. This land is mine, and I will not be swayed by tales of divine wrath. His arrogance was palpable, a shield he wielded against the truth that threatened his power. With each refusal, the tension in the room thickened, like a storm gathering on the horizon. Moses felt the heat of anger rise within him, a flicker of doubt creeping in. But in that moment of uncertainty, he remembered the faces of his people, their dreams for freedom, their sorrowful eyes begging for a leader. We will not be silenced, Pharaoh. Your oppression will not go unpunished. The time for reckoning is at hand. Pharaoh's expression hardened, his gaze narrowing into a glare that could freeze a river. You are a fool, Moses. Your words are nothing but a whisper against the roar of my kingdom. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed them, the guards stepping forward with menace. Fear wrapped around Moses like a shroud, but he stood firm, rooted in his purpose. You may have power over us now, but you will see the might of God. You will regret the day you turned away from justice. As they turned to leave, the weight of Pharaoh's rejection hung heavy in the air. The doors slammed shut behind them, echoing like the finality of a tomb. Outside, the world felt different, charged with an electric energy that both excited and terrified them. The sun was setting, casting a fiery glow across the horizon, the sky a tapestry of reds and oranges. The path ahead was uncertain, filled with challenges that loomed like dark clouds gathering for a storm. Yet, in the chaos of emotion, there was a flicker of hope. Moses looked to Aaron, their eyes meeting with unspoken understanding. We will return, Moses vowed, his voice steady. This is just the beginning. The journey was far from over, and the battle for the souls of his people had only just begun. The winds of change were rising, and the cries of the oppressed would soon be heard. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden light over the bustling city of Memphis. The air was thick with tension, a palpable electricity that crackled as if the very earth held its breath. It was a day like no other, as two men stood before the looming presence of the grand palace, where the mighty Pharaoh reigned. Dust swirled around them, and the murmurs of the people faded into an ominous silence, leaving only the rhythmic thundering of their hearts. Moses, a shepherd turned prophet, felt every pulse of the moment. His breath came in shallow gasps, each exhale filled with the weight of his mission. Standing beside him was Aaron, his brother, a priest with a voice like thunder wrapped in silk, ready to support the words that would shake the foundations of an empire. Together, they were a force that had been summoned by a higher purpose, and they were about to confront the very embodiment of oppression. Do you feel it? Moses whispered, his gaze fixed on the massive stone gates. The weight of what we are about to do. Aaron nodded, his heart pounding in rhythm with Moses's unease. We cannot turn back. The Lord is with us. The words hung in the air, both a comfort and a challenge. They had witnessed miracles, signs that had prepared them for this moment. Yet doubt lingered like a shadow. Would Pharaoh listen? Would he even care? The thought gnawed at Moses's mind, but he pushed it aside. They were sent to deliver a message, one that could not be ignored. As they approached the gates, the grand entrance loomed like a sentinel. Guards clad in armor glared down at the intruders, a mix of curiosity and contempt twisting their faces. As Moses and Aaron stepped into the courtyard, the sounds of the city faded behind them, replaced by the echo of their footfalls against the cold stone floor. Pharaoh sat upon his throne, a figure draped in gold and authority. His very presence demanded respect, yet the air around him felt heavy with arrogance and disbelief. He was a man who had never known defeat, a ruler whose heart was hardened against the suffering of his people. As Moses and Aaron approached, the throne room became a cauldron of tension, simmering with unspoken truths and impending conflict. Who dares to disturb my peace? Pharaoh's voice echoed, smooth yet laced with irritation. His eyes, sharp and calculating, sized up the two brothers before him, taking in the dust on their robes and the fire in their souls. "It is I, Moses, son of Amram, and this is my brother Aaron," Moses declared, his voice steady despite the storm raging inside him. "We come bearing a message from the God of Israel, the Lord of heaven and earth." Pharaoh's brow furrowed, amusement flickering across his face like a candle flame. "The God of Israel?" he laughed, a sound dripping with mockery. "Who is this God that I should heed his words? I know only the gods of Egypt, the ones who sustain my power." Moses felt the heat of Pharaoh's disdain wash over him, but he stood firm. "The Lord has commanded you to let his people go, to free them from the bondage of slavery. If you refuse, terrible signs will befall your land." The laughter faded, replaced by a taut silence that gripped the room. Aaron stepped forward, emboldened by the urgency of their cause. "The Lord will send plagues upon Egypt. Water will turn to blood, locusts will devour the fields, and darkness will cover the land. He will prove his power to you, Pharaoh." Pharaoh leaned back on his throne, intrigue dancing across his features. "You think to threaten me with your God? I am Pharaoh. I command the Nile. I command life itself." His voice boomed, reverberating off the stone walls, as if he sought to drown out the truth of their message. "We do not threaten," Moses countered, his voice rising with the swell of righteousness. "We speak the truth of what will come. The Lord cares for his people. They are not mere bricks in your wall. They are his chosen, and he will not be mocked." The tension in the room thickened, clashing like steel against steel. Pharaoh's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing to slits. "You come here, two shepherds, claiming to speak for a god? You will find that I do not take kindly to such insolence." In that moment, the air shifted, charged with something unnameable. Even the guards shifted uneasily, their eyes darting between their ruler and the two brothers who stood defiantly before him. It was an encounter that stirred the very heart of Egypt, a confrontation that felt like the first crack in the facade of power. "Let my people go," Moses repeated, his voice now a fierce whisper, each word a pebble cast into the depths of Pharaoh's soul. "Or face the wrath of the God who created the heavens and the earth." For a heartbeat, time stood still. The weight of their words pressed against the walls, echoing the cries of the Israelites, who toiled under the sun, their backs bent with exhaustion and fear. Pharaoh's gaze grew cold, a deep-seated fury simmering beneath the surface. "You dare to challenge me?" Pharaoh spat, his voice a venomous hiss. "I will not be moved by the threats of a god I do not know. Your people are my slaves, and I will not relent." Moses felt a shiver run down his spine. The moment hung in the balance, a fragile thread that could snap at any second. The stakes were higher than he had ever imagined. And yet, buried deep within him was the knowledge that this was only the beginning. As they turned to leave, Aaron whispered, "What now, brother?" Moses glanced back at the throne, where Pharaoh's gaze remained fixed on them, his expression a mix of disbelief and scorn. "We do not waver. We return to our people, and we prepare for what is to come." In that fleeting moment, a flicker of hope ignited within them, mingling with the fear and uncertainty that lay ahead. The fire of their mission had been kindled, and neither Pharaoh's indifference nor the weight of 1,000 doubts could extinguish it. They stepped into the light of the fading day, the world outside awaiting the storm they had just begun. In the dim light of early morning, the banks of the Nile glowed with a surreal sheen, as if the river itself was alive, breathing in the warmth of the sun. The soft rustle of papyrus reeds whispered tales of the past, while the gentle lapping of water against the shore carried an ominous chill. Fishermen, their faces lined with the wear of labor, cast their nets into the water, unaware that the serene scene would soon twist into a nightmare. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows. Moses, a man marked by both the weight of his destiny and the burden of his people. He stood tall, the sun catching the glint of determination in his eyes. With a heart filled with hope yet trembling with fear, he approached the river, feeling the tension of the air crackle around him. He was not alone. His brother Aaron stood beside him, equally burdened, a silent support in the face of impending chaos. The whispers of the river seemed to echo the words of the Lord. This was the moment foretold, the beginning of a confrontation between divine power and human pride. The Pharaoh, with his heart hardened by arrogance, would soon feel the weight of the heavens upon him. Moses lifted his staff, a simple piece of wood that had become a symbol of authority and intervention. With a voice that trembled yet resounded with strength, he spoke the command that would change everything. By this sign, let the waters of the Nile turn to blood. A ripple raced across the water, and the calm surface shattered into chaos. In an instant, the clarity turned into a thick, crimson tide, as if the river itself was bleeding. Gasps of horror escaped the lips of the fishermen, their nets falling from trembling hands. The river, once a lifeline, transformed into a harbinger of doom. Fish floated lifelessly, their bodies grotesque against the blood-red backdrop, and the sweet scent of life was replaced by a putrid stench that clawed at the throat. As the reality sank in, panic erupted along the banks. People stumbled back in disbelief, their faces pale, eyes wide, searching for answers that would not come. Mothers clutched their children, shielding them from the terrifying sight. The laughter of this morning's dawn was swallowed by cries of fear and confusion. What had they done to deserve such a punishment? Word spread like wildfire through the crowded streets of Egypt, reaching the ears of Pharaoh himself. He sat on his throne, a figure cloaked in authority yet trembling with unease. His courtiers, once assured of his omnipotence, exchanged glances filled with doubt. How could a mere man like Moses wield such power? The Nile, the lifeblood of his kingdom, was now a graveyard, and for the first time, the Pharaoh felt the stirrings of fear clawing at his heart. In the streets, the chaos escalated. Merchants abandoned their stalls, and the air grew thick with desperation. Families gathered, voices raised in confusion, questioning the fate that had befallen them. As they looked upon the river, once teeming with life, now a grotesque caricature of its former self, they could only ponder the wrath of a god they had long ignored. They had turned their backs on the divine, and now the consequences were spilling over in waves of blood. Moses stood on the banks, watching the turmoil unfold. His heart ached for the people of Egypt, yet he felt the weight of his calling like a heavy mantle on his shoulders. Each echo of despair was a reminder of his purpose, to free his own people from bondage. But at what cost? The cries for mercy battled within him, clashing with the urgency to obey the command of his God. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of blood-red and gold, the Nile remained a horrific reminder of the day's events. Children wept, mothers comforted, but the river continued its relentless flow, mocking their suffering. The priests of Egypt flocked to the banks, frantically performing rituals, their voices rising in desperate pleas to the gods they had served. But no answer came. The heavens were silent, watching as the Pharaoh's heart hardened further, refusing to yield. In the darkness that fell over the land, a sense of dread settled like a heavy fog. The once bustling city was eerily quiet, the air thick with uncertainty. In homes where laughter once echoed, families huddled together, shivering not from the cool night, but from a deeper fear of what was yet to come. The plagues had begun, and the river, stained crimson, was only the first warning bell ringing through the silent night, echoing through every corner of Egypt, signaling the wrath of a power greater than any man could comprehend. Moses and Aaron retreated to the shadows, their hearts heavy with the burden of what lay ahead. They knew that this was only the beginning, a mere prelude to the chaos that would follow. As they looked back at the Nile, the blood-red water seemed to pulse, alive with the energy of fear and foreboding. It was a reminder that their journey had only just begun, and the Pharaoh's defiance would summon horrors yet unseen. The air crackled with tension. The ground beneath felt unstable, as if the very fabric of reality was shifting. The night stretched on, thick with anticipation, as the whispers of the people mingled with the winds, foretelling the tempest that was to come. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an eerie orange glow over the land of Egypt. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of despair and the weight of foreboding. In the heart of the bustling city, people went about their daily routines, their laughter echoing against the stone walls, unaware of the storm brewing just beyond their sight. With each passing moment, a sinister force drew nearer, lurking in the shadows, ready to unleash chaos. It began quietly, like a whisper in the wind. A few frogs were spotted, hopping carelessly from the murky banks of the Nile. At first, they seemed innocent enough, a curious sight for the children playing near the water's edge. But soon, the small creatures multiplied, invading homes, fields, and temples, their croaks turning from a gentle chorus into an overwhelming cacophony. They filled every corner, leaping into beds and cooking pots, unsettling the very fabric of society. People awoke in the middle of the night, startled by the sound of squelching and splashing as frogs found their way into every nook and cranny. The slime of their bodies stuck to the walls. The stench of their decay filled the air. Families would scream, their voices rising in panic as they tried to shoo the creatures away. But the frogs were relentless, multiplying with each passing hour. They were a plague, an omen of something much worse to come. With the frogs came the gnats, tiny, biting insects that swarmed everywhere, infiltrating the very breath of the living. They danced around faces, buzzing incessantly, slipping into mouths and eyes, drawing blood with cruel precision. It was as if the very air had turned against them, transforming into a tormentor. Farmers watched helplessly as their crops succumbed to the relentless swarm, leaving behind dried-up husks where lush fields once thrived. The gnats were more than just a nuisance. They were a symbol of suffering, feeding off the despair that hung thick in the atmosphere. In the marketplace, arguments broke out among merchants, their tempers fraying as they struggled to sell their wares amidst the chaos. The beautiful fruits and vegetables, once vibrant and fresh, began to rot under the relentless assault of the gnats. Panic spread like wildfire, and whispers of a curse grew louder. The people turned to their gods, praying for salvation, but their cries were met with silence, as if the heavens themselves had turned away. Then came the flies, swarms of them, dark clouds that blotted out the sun. They descended upon the land, a wave of black that seemed to swallow everything in their path. They invaded homes, buzzing around food, feasting on the decaying remnants of the frog invasion. Their presence was a reminder of decay and rot, of life being overtaken by death. The whispers of the curse intensified, fear gripping the hearts of the Egyptians. In the palace, the pharaoh sat on his throne, his brow furrowed, each new plague tightening the knot of dread in his stomach. He had thought himself invincible, a god among men, yet here he was powerless against such forces. His advisors gathered, their faces drawn and weary. They spoke in hushed tones, fear lacing their words, urging him to take action. But what could he do? Each attempt to rid the land of these afflictions only seemed to provoke more chaos. Outside the palace, the streets were in disarray. Families fled, seeking refuge from the never-ending onslaught of insects, the sound of their wings a relentless whisper of doom. Children cried as parents tried to shield them from the flies that landed on their skin, biting and scratching, leaving welts and bruises. The once vibrant city was reduced to a husk of its former self, a shadow of beauty marred by suffering. As day turned to night, the frogs continued their march, the gnats swirled in chaotic circles, and the flies gathered in dark masses. It was as if the land itself was waging war against its people, the plagues a manifestation of their collective guilt, their disregard for the world around them. In the hearts of the people, a sense of hopelessness began to take root. With each passing day, they were reminded of their fragility, their vulnerability laid bare before an unseen force. In a small village on the outskirts, a mother cradled her sick child, her heart breaking as she watched him cough and wheeze, the flies buzzing incessantly around them. She whispered prayers to the gods, her voice trembling with desperation. "Why have you forsaken us?" she cried, looking up at the starlit sky, but no answer came. The silence was deafening, a void that echoed her despair. And so, the plagues continued, weaving through the fabric of Egyptian life, a relentless tide of suffering that showed no signs of abating. Each day blended into the next, the fear and chaos becoming a dull roar in the background of their existence. Hints of rebellion began to surface among the people, whispers of a leader who would rise against the darkness, who would confront the Pharaoh and demand justice. But with every hope that flickered to life, a new wave of suffering would crash down, extinguishing it before it could truly breathe. As the sun set on another grim day, the air grew still, heavy with the tension of what was to come. The shadows lengthened, and the cries of the suffering echoed through the night. The frogs continued their relentless invasion, the gnats and flies dancing in a macabre symphony, and the people held their breath, waiting for the next wave of despair to break over them. Each sound, each movement, felt like a countdown, leading them into an uncertain future where darkness loomed larger with every passing moment. The story was far from over. It was only just beginning. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the fields of ancient Egypt. Farmers, once proud and hopeful, now walked among their livestock with heavy hearts. The soft lowing of cows and the bleating of sheep had turned into a mournful chorus, a haunting sound that echoed the despair gripping the land. It was a time of trial, a time when the divine seemed to reach down from the heavens, and the air was thick with the weight of a message that could not be ignored. In the distance, a flock of sheep grazed, their wool thick and white beneath the harsh sun. But even the brightest of colors could not mask the sense of doom lurking nearby. The animals seemed restless, their eyes flickering with a knowing fear. The villagers whispered amongst themselves, huddled together in small groups, casting wary glances towards the horizon. It was said that this was no ordinary misfortune. Something far more significant was at play. A lone cow stumbled, collapsing onto the ground with a heavy thud. The farmer, a weathered man with lines etched deep into his face, rushed to its side, desperation etching his features. But as he knelt beside the fallen creature, he felt an icy grip of realization. Something grave was happening. The cattle, once the lifeblood of his farm, were withering away, one by one. The cries of his children, hungry and confused, echoed in his mind, a stark reminder of his failure to protect them. As word spread, panic swept through the townsfolk like wildfire. The streets that had bustled with life were now filled with an uneasy silence, broken only by the anguished cries of those who had lost their flocks. An old woman, her eyes brimming with tears, clutched a withered goat to her chest. "Please, not my last companion," she murmured, rocking back and forth, as if seeking solace in the warm fur. The goat, once lively, now lay still, a victim of the unseen scourge that seemed to be targeting their very existence. Rumors began to swirl like a tempest in the air, whispers of a divine hand at work. Some spoke of a great judgment looming, while others believed it was a warning, a chance to amend their ways. The high priests, draped in their ceremonial robes, gathered in hushed circles, their faces grave as they pondered the significance of the events unfolding. They led solemn rituals, offering prayers to the gods, seeking forgiveness for the sins of the people. But deep down, an unsettling fear gnawed at their hearts. Was this punishment born from the heavens, or a test of their faith? As the days turned into nights, the toll of the plague became unbearable. Goats, sheep, and cows lay lifeless in the fields, their once vibrant spirits extinguished. Families were torn apart, their unity shattered by grief and desperation. The vibrant tapestry of life that had once adorned the village was slowly unraveling, thread by thread, with each fallen creature. Children wailed in hunger as mothers struggled to find ways to provide for them, their faces streaked with dirt and tears. One evening, as darkness enveloped the land, a tempest brewed on the horizon. The sky crackled with electric energy, illuminating the dark clouds that seemed to swell ominously. The townsfolk gathered, eyes wide with fear and anticipation. Thunder rolled, a deep growl echoing through the valley, as if the heavens themselves were responding to the cries of the afflicted. In the midst of the chaos, a figure emerged, a young prophet, his eyes alight with fervor. He stood upon a small mound, the wind whipping through his hair, and raised his arms to the sky. "Listen," he shouted, his voice cutting through the storm like a beacon. "This is a message from the gods. We must repent. We must change our ways." The crowd, a mixture of fear and anger, looked to one another, uncertainty gripping their hearts. But deep within their souls, a flicker of hope ignited. Was this the sign they had awaited, the chance to turn back before it was too late? One by one, they stepped forward, laying their hands upon the earth as they pledged to make amends. Shouts of determination filled the air, mingling with the rising wind. They vowed to treat the land with respect, to honor the animals that had sustained them, to live in harmony with the world around them. And as they called upon the gods, the storm above rumbled in response, a reminder that they were not alone. The power of their voices rose, weaving a tapestry of hope that brightened the darkness. But the plague did not relent. Each day brought new heartache, and even as they sought to atone, the death toll climbed higher. The weight of their suffering threatened to crush their resolve. Desperate families watched as their livestock fell victim, unable to shield them from the unseen force that had taken hold of their lives. The once bustling marketplace, filled with laughter and commerce, was now a graveyard of empty stalls, a stark reminder of what they had lost. And so, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold, the villagers stood at a crossroads. The air was thick with tension and anticipation, as if the very earth beneath their feet could sense the magnitude of the moment. Their hearts beat in unison, a collective rhythm of fear and hope, desperation and faith. They had come to believe that they were part of a grand design, caught in a battle between the heavens and the earth, where every life mattered, where every choice echoed through eternity. In that profound silence, as darkness settled around them, an unmistakable truth lingered in the air, a divine message that would ripple through time, leaving an indelible mark on their souls. The struggle was far from over, and as the night deepened, the sense of impending change loomed ever closer. Little did they know, the next chapter of their fate awaited just beyond the veil of night, ready to unfold in ways they could never have imagined. The air was thick with tension, the kind of tension that clings to your skin and fills the soul with dread. It was a dry, suffocating heat that settled over Egypt, draping itself like a heavy cloak on the shoulders of the people. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows that seemed to whisper secrets of suffering and despair. In the heart of the bustling city of Memphis, the cries of anguish began to echo, a haunting prelude to the chaos that was about to unfold. In a grand palace adorned with gold and lapis lazuli, Pharaoh sat upon his throne, his expression one of defiance. He was a man who had always held the power of life and death within his grasp. Yet now a storm brewed within him, a storm stirred by the words of that relentless Hebrew, Moses. The notion of freedom had been planted in the hearts of his people, and fear churned within Pharaoh like a boiling cauldron. As he gazed out over the sun-soaked land, he felt the weight of a nation's suffering resting heavily upon his chest. Then it happened. The first signs emerged like dark omens in the sky. A messenger, pale and gasping, stumbled into Pharaoh's court, his eyes wide with terror. "Your Majesty," he stammered, "a terrible plague has descended upon us. Boils. It's in the fields, in the homes. It is everywhere." The word hung in the air, heavy and foreboding. The crowd held its breath, the silence thickening as dread seeped into their hearts. Boils. What a simple word. But it conjured images of festering, angry wounds, red and raw, spreading like wildfire across the skin. The thought of it made even the bravest soldiers shudder. The messenger's words were met with laughter, laughter that echoed through the grand hall like a cruel joke. Pharaoh waved his hand dismissively, masking the tremor of fear that coursed through him. "Let the Hebrews suffer if they will," he declared, his voice booming, yet laced with uncertainty. "We shall not bow to their God." But deep inside, a flickering doubt ignited. He felt it, the sting of conscience. Perhaps he had underestimated the power of this Hebrew god. As the day wore on, the boiling heat intensified, and the whispers of the plague grew louder. The first victims emerged, stumbling into the streets, their bodies marred with open sores that oozed and festered. Their cries pierced the air, a symphony of suffering that resonated with the very fabric of Egypt. The wealthy, the powerful, those who had always looked down upon the laborers and the slaves, now they too were brought low. In their opulent homes, they writhed in agony, while the cries of the afflicted filled the air. Even Pharaoh's closest advisors were not spared. No one could escape the wrath of the boils. It was a cruel equalizer, a divine reminder that arrogance could be met with swift justice. As night fell, the palace grew quiet, the laughter of the day replaced by an eerie silence. Pharaoh lay awake, tossing and turning, haunted by visions of the suffering outside his walls. Was this the price of hubris? The thought gnawed at him, a relentless pestilence of its own. And yet, despite the pain that surrounded him, Pharaoh's heart hardened like granite, each beat echoing his resolve to resist. Days turned into nights and nights into days. The cries of the people became a haunting chorus, echoing through the streets of Memphis, while Pharaoh fortified himself behind the walls of his palace. The boils spread like wildfire, consuming the land with a ferocity that seemed to mock the very essence of life. And still Pharaoh would not relent. He called upon his magicians, those practitioners of dark arts, but their incantations faltered in the face of this unyielding plague. Each failed attempt only deepened his resentment, hardening his heart further against the plight of his people. They were not his kin. They were slaves, expendable. In his mind, he convinced himself that they were merely suffering the consequences of their own misdeeds. Yet, as the sun rose each day, the suffering grew more palpable. Mothers wailed for their children, fathers cursed the heavens, and the very air became thick with despair. The once proud streets of Memphis were now filled with the shadows of the afflicted, their bodies marked by the wrath of God. In their eyes, Pharaoh could see an unrelenting fire, a desire for freedom, for dignity, for life itself. It was a fire that threatened to consume him, but he averted his gaze, unwilling to acknowledge the truth burning right before him. In that moment, the boils became more than just a physical affliction. They transformed into a symbol of Pharaoh's stubbornness, a manifestation of his soul's decay. He sat upon his throne, his hands clenched, sweat beading on his brow, as he felt a tremor of doubt flicker within him. The thought that perhaps surrendering to the will of the Hebrews could save his kingdom crossed his mind, a thought he quickly dismissed with a scowl. But the shadows outside grew heavier, the cries grew louder, and the boils, oh, the boils, they became a living testament to his own internal struggle, a reminder that power is fleeting, and that sometimes the hardest hearts are the ones that are cracked open by the weight of their own pride. As Pharaoh's resolve deepened, so too did the afflictions of his people, escalating into a dreadful crescendo that echoed through the ages, mingled with the cries of the oppressed. The conflict was no longer merely between Pharaoh and Moses. It had become a battle for the very soul of a nation, a dance of defiance and despair, with each step pulling them closer to an inevitable reckoning. In the palace, Pharaoh stood at the window, gazing down upon the streets, his heart a battlefield between fear and fury. The air crackled with tension, thick with the promise of change. His heart beat in a rhythm that mirrored the cries of the people, the cries of a people yearning for liberation, for recognition, for life unshackled. And as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting a deep crimson glow over the land, the boils continued to spread, leaving behind a trail of misery and pain. The time of reckoning was near, and in that moment, the line between Pharaoh's defiance and his impending doom blurred, leaving the fate of Egypt hanging by a thread. The sky darkened with an ominous cloak, heavy and thick, as the sun struggled to break through the shroud of gray. A chill swept across the fields, whispering warnings to those who dared to listen. Farmers, their hands calloused and weathered, exchanged uneasy glances. It was harvest time, the season of plenty, yet something felt profoundly wrong. The air crackled with tension, as if nature itself held its breath, waiting for the moment to unleash its fury. In the bustling town of Memphis, Egypt, merchants filled their stalls with wares. The scent of fresh bread mixed with the salty tang of the nearby Nile. But beneath the laughter and chatter, there was an undercurrent of dread. The priests, guardians of the sacred temples, were restless. They had sensed the shift in the wind and the tremors in the earth. When the high priest, a man of great stature and wisdom, spoke of impending doom, few took him seriously. After all, the gods had been silent for far too long, or so they believed. As the days turned into an unsettling quiet, a murmur of unease grew louder among the people. The sky, once a brilliant blue, now threatened with dark clouds that loomed menacingly. Without warning, the first drops of rain began to fall, but they were not gentle droplets. They struck the earth like icy daggers, causing gasps of shock. The townsfolk rushed to their homes, seeking refuge, but the storm had other plans. The sky was not merely angry, it was vengeful. The hail began to pound down, relentless and unforgiving. Each pellet was a small rock, sharp enough to lacerate skin and shatter glass. With every strike, it echoed like the crack of thunder, a sound that sent shivers down the spines of those caught in its path. Children cried out, clutching their mothers, while men shouted commands to gather livestock, to save what little they could from the wrath of the storm. Windows shattered, roofs buckled, and the fields of golden grain, once a symbol of hope, were torn to shreds. As the hail continued, it was as if time itself stood still. The storm transformed the landscape into a battlefield, covered in a blanket of white destruction. Laughter turned to screams, and joy yielded to despair. The gods had spoken, but the people, in their arrogance, had dismissed the warning. They had ignored the signs, believing themselves untouchable. Now they faced the consequences of their disbelief. In the chaos, an old woman stood at the edge of her property, her face a mask of determination. She had watched the priests perform rituals and sacrifices, always believing that nature would bend to their will. But here she was, witnessing a force far greater than she had ever imagined. Her heart raced as she clutched a small, weathered talisman around her neck, a gift from her mother, meant to offer protection. But even her faith was shaken. Was this the punishment for their hubris? As the storm raged on, she thought of her family, of her children playing in the fields just days before. Now they were trapped indoors, terrified of the wrath outside. She wanted to scream, to rage against the heavens, but all that came was a silent plea. In that moment, she felt small and insignificant, a mere speck in the face of nature's fury. Desperation clawed at her throat, but she refused to turn away. She would stand firm, even when the world around her fell apart. And then, amidst the storm, a flicker of light broke through the darkness. A bright flash illuminated the angry sky, as if the heavens themselves were momentarily torn apart. Gasps rose from the crowd as they witnessed the spectacle. Was it a sign of hope or further punishment? The priests had warned of divine retribution, but now it felt as if they were merely spectators, watching as fate played out before them. The hail continued to pummel the earth, devastating the crops and sending shockwaves of panic through the townsfolk. Fear and uncertainty gripped their hearts, and whispers of rebellion began to swirl among the people. They had put their faith in the gods, yet they felt abandoned. How could they offer thanks when everything they had worked for was being crushed beneath the relentless storm? As the storm intensified, the high priest's words echoed in the minds of those who had once dismissed him. They had ignored the omens, the signs that had pointed toward disaster. Now, they were left to grapple with the aftermath of their ignorance. The weight of their disbelief hung heavy in the air, a reminder of their own fragility. The old woman clutched her talisman tighter, her heart pounding as she thought of the future. Would they rebuild, or had the wrath of the gods sealed their fate forever? The storm was not just a punishment, it was a reckoning. The realization washed over her, and she felt a flicker of resolve igniting within. She would not let despair win. She would not allow their faith to crumble with the fields. As the hail began to ease, A sense of foreboding lingered in the air. The aftermath would be devastating, and the townsfolk would soon face the reality of their choices. Yet, even in the shadows of destruction, there was a chance for redemption. The storm had come, but it had also left a message. The people of Memphis could still choose to listen, to reflect, and to honor the balance between man and nature. The old woman turned back toward her home, knowing that the hardest days were still ahead. She could hear the distant wails of loss and despair, but she also felt a flicker of hope. In the face of adversity, humanity could rise, learn, and rebuild. Yet, as she stepped through the door, she couldn't shake the feeling that the storm was not done with them yet. Outside, the clouds hung low, still swirling ominously, as if the sky was preparing for its next act. The winds began to pick up again, and in the distance, a new rumble echoed, a sound that sent chills down the spines of those who dared to listen. The narrative of survival had only just begun, and the world was far from finished with its haunting lessons. The sun hung low in the sky, a burning orb casting an eerie orange hue over the fields of Egypt. With each passing moment, the stillness was shattered by an unsettling hush. Farmers, weary from the day's labor, glanced upward, their brows furrowed in confusion. The air, tinged with the scent of ripening crops, felt heavy, almost electric, as if it were holding its breath. In that stillness, a single sound began to rise, a faint buzzing that seemed to grow louder, more insistent, a warning of impending doom. From the horizon, a dark cloud swelled, growing larger, more ominous. It moved with a purpose, a seething mass of wings and bodies, and as it drew closer, the air turned thick with the sound of 1,000 tiny drums. Locusts, they came not as individuals, but as a relentless swarm, a tidal wave of hunger and devastation. The farmers' hearts raced, panic rising within them like the gnawing fear that a predator was lurking just out of sight. As they watched in horror, the swarm descended, blotting out the sun, casting an unnatural twilight over the land. It was as if the sky itself had been swallowed whole. With a ferocity that seemed to echo the cries of the people, the locusts fell upon the fields, a concert of chaos as they consumed every leaf, every stalk, every sign of life. The crops that had once promised sustenance and hope now lay bare, stripped of their vitality. The rich earth turned to a desolate wasteland. Within the towns, families huddled together, their faces drawn tight with fear. Mothers clutched their children, whispering prayers to deities they hoped would listen. The locusts were not merely insects. They were an embodiment of terror sent to punish and destroy. As they ravaged the land, the cries of distress filled the air, blending into a haunting melody of despair. The sound was deafening, a cacophony that echoed the heartbeats of those who watched helplessly. From the palace, Pharaoh, with his golden crown glimmering, looked out over the devastation. His heart pounded in his chest, a mixture of pride and dread. He had always believed himself to be a god among men, a ruler above all. But now, as the world he governed was engulfed by darkness, he felt the creeping tendrils of uncertainty. His advisors whispered around him, their voices taut with anxiety. The locusts, they said, were a sign, a scourge sent to challenge his rule, a divine message meant to shake him to his core. As the swarm continued its relentless march across the landscape, it was not just the crops that suffered. The cattle, once fat and healthy, began to weaken, their bellies hollow and empty. The rivers, which had brought life, now seemed to reflect the despair that gripped the land. Fishermen returned with nets empty, their faces pale, stripped of hope. Each day, the people awoke to find their world transformed into a shadow of what it had been. Laughter faded, replaced by the haunting silence of loss. Yet, in the midst of such despair, whispers began to circulate among the people. Stories of a man, a prophet who spoke of freedom and redemption. He had warned Pharaoh of the plagues that would come, each one a step closer to the ultimate reckoning. The faithful believed in the promise of liberation, while others, burdened by fear, questioned their faith. As the locusts feasted on everything in sight, the The seeds of doubt and desperation grew within the hearts of many. In the fields, survivors stood among the ruins of their livelihoods, a mix of disbelief and sorrow etched into their features. The ground was littered with the husks of locusts, the remnants of a once thriving farm now reduced to dust. Tears welled in their eyes, and a deep anger grew, a desire for vengeance against an unseen foe that had taken so much. They had worked tirelessly, their hands calloused from labor, only to watch their dreams vanish in the blink of an eye. Night fell heavy and oppressive. The sky, once a canvas painted with stars, lay veiled beneath a shroud of darkness. Families gathered around flickering oil lamps, shadows dancing on the walls as they shared whispered fears and fragmented dreams. They spoke of the locusts, of their fury and their destruction. But beneath the fear lay a flicker of determination. A murmur began to rise, a collective resolve that echoed from mouth to mouth. They would not surrender. They would fight back, even if it meant facing the wrath of a ruler who seemed so distant, so removed from their suffering. In the darkness, a young boy stepped forward, his eyes bright with the fire of defiance. "We can rebuild," he declared, his voice steady despite the tremors of the night. "This land is ours, and we will not let it fall to the locusts." The words hung in the air, a spark igniting a flame of hope. The people found strength in each other. They began to band together, forming a community united in their grief and their determination. They would not let despair win. As dawn broke, the rising sun cast a pale light over the remnants of the fields. The locusts had moved on, but the scars they left behind were deep, etched into the soil, into the very hearts of the people. They stood together amidst the devastation, each one a testament to resilience, their spirits unbroken even in the face of overwhelming loss. They would rebuild. They would reclaim their land. But whispers of the next plague lingered in the air, a chilling reminder that their trials were far from over. The prophet's warnings echoed like a ghostly chant, promising that the darkness was not yet finished with them. The people braced themselves, not just for survival, but for the challenges ahead, each one a step closer to their destiny, each one a test of their faith and endurance. The locusts had come, but so, too, would the next wave of fury. As they gathered their strength, the horizon loomed, dark and uncertain, yet filled with the flicker of new beginnings. The city of Egypt lay still, wrapped in an unsettling silence. A thick darkness descended upon the land, swallowing the last rays of sunlight. As the sun dipped below the horizon, fear crept into the hearts of the people. It wasn't just the absence of light that terrified them. It was the feeling of something else lurking in the shadows, waiting to pounce. For 3 days and nights, the darkness smothered the land, as if a great, trembling hand had reached down from the heavens and pulled the blanket of night over the world. Families huddled together, their faces pale and drawn, the flickering flames of their lamps casting eerie shadows that danced upon the walls. Each flicker was a reminder of the chaos outside, and each shadow whispered tales of fear, of what might be lurking just beyond their view. In the markets, vendors had abandoned their stalls. Where once there were vibrant colors and the lively sounds of bartering, now there lay an oppressive stillness. The world had lost its heartbeat. People spoke in hushed tones, glancing towards the darkened streets with wide, fearful eyes. In the midst of this, children clung to their parents, shivering not from the cold but from the terror that seeped into their very bones. It was not simply night. It was the void, a darkness that felt alive, breathing, and watching. As night fell, the first signs of panic emerged. The torches that lined the streets sputtered and flickered, unable to pierce the suffocating blackness. Cries echoed through the empty thoroughfares. Some were shrieks of terror, while others were desperate calls for loved ones lost. Each sound melted into the oppressive silence, swallowed by the darkness that seemed to wrap around them like a cloak. In homes across the city, the elderly spoke of omens. They recalled tales of long ago, of plagues and curses that had befallen their ancestors. The air grew thick with the weight of their words, wrapping around the room like an invisible fog. "It is a sign," one elderly man whispered, his voice trembling. "The gods are angry." His words hung heavily in the air, igniting fear like a match set to a pile of dry leaves. As the sun rose on the second day, a chilling stillness remained. The sun was a distant memory, its warmth and light snuffed out as if it had never existed. People ventured cautiously into the streets, searching for any sign of hope. They held their breaths, straining to hear the sounds of life, but all they found was an echoing silence. It was as if time itself had stopped. The absence of light twisted reality into something grotesque. Shadows elongated and merged, creating figures that danced menacingly at the edges of vision. As groups of people began to gather, their conversations turned frantic. Mothers held their children close, while fathers tried to project an air of calm, their hearts racing beneath the surface. Each whispered word felt like a thread unraveling their tenuous grip on sanity. Rumors spread like wildfire. Some claimed that the darkness had descended as a punishment, that it was a reflection of the hearts of the people, darkened by greed and indifference. Others spoke of ancient curses, tales passed down from generation to generation, warning of a day when the sun would forsake them. The stories filled the air with dread, amplifying the gnawing fear that clung to everyone like a second skin. By the third day, desperation clawed its way into the hearts of the people. The darkness felt palpable, a heavy weight resting on their shoulders. They lit candles and oil lamps, but the flickering flames barely illuminated their surroundings. Their light was swallowed whole by the pervasive blackness. Every crackle of burning wick sounded like a plea for mercy, a small rebellion against the encroaching void. On the third night, a collective shudder swept through the city as a faint shimmer of light appeared on the horizon. It flickered in and out, like a distant star, beckoning them with promises of dawn. Hope surged through the hearts of the terrified, driving them to gather in the streets, their eyes glued to the horizon. But with the hope came fear. What if the light was just a mirage, a cruel trick played by the darkness? As they waited, the air crackled with tension, the crowd murmuring anxiously. The light brightened, pulsing like a heartbeat, faster and faster until it broke through the horizon in a burst of brilliant radiance. Gasps filled the air, eyes wide with disbelief. The darkness recoiled, as if stung by the sudden brilliance. But would it last? Or was this just a fleeting moment of light, doomed to be swallowed again? As they stood there, faces illuminated by the glow, a sense of unity surged among the people. They reached for each other, hands clasping in solidarity, an unspoken promise to stand together against the encroaching darkness. But deep inside, the question lingered. Was the darkness truly gone or merely waiting for the light to fade once more? Once again, the flickering flames of their lamps danced nervously, casting shadows that seemed to twist and writhe. The fear, once a whisper, had grown into a roar, threatening to engulf them anew. And as the brilliant light surged in their hearts, they couldn't shake the feeling that the darkness was simply biding its time, preparing for the next chapter in its grim tale. The night air was thick with tension, vibrating with a sense of urgent anticipation. Families huddled together, their faces illuminated by the flickering light of oil lamps. Outside, the shadows of ancient Egypt loomed large, a menacing backdrop to the lives of those who had endured years of suffering under the weight of Pharaoh's oppression. It was a night unlike any other, steeped in an unsettling quietness that whispered of what was to come. The Israelites were gathered in their homes, hearts pounding as they prepared for a moment that would forever alter their destinies. The air was heavy with the scent of roasted lamb, its rich aroma mingling with bitter herbs and unleavened bread. This was the night of Passover, a night that would etch itself into the fabric of their very being. But beneath the surface of this celebration lay a tremor of fear, a sense of unshakable dread as the final plague approached, an ominous harbinger of freedom and despair intertwined. Moses, a figure cloaked in the weight of prophecy, had become their reluctant leader. He stood before the people with unwavering resolve, his voice steady as he explained the instructions given to him by God. "Take a lamb without blemish," he had said. "Slaughter it at twilight, and smear its blood on the doorposts of your homes." There was power in his words, a promise of salvation intertwined with the stark reality of impending doom. The Israelites listened, eyes wide, hearts racing, as they clung to hope amidst the palpable fear that hung in the air. Children, too young to grasp the gravity of the situation, played quietly in corners, their laughter a stark contrast to the tension that gripped the adults. Yet even their innocent joy was tinged with uncertainty. Would they sleep through the night? Would their families be spared? The murmurs of their parents echoed in the background, filled with prayers for protection, for deliverance from the tyranny that had stifled their voices for generations. As twilight descended, the moon cast an eerie glow over the land, a silver spotlight on the homes of the Israelites. They prepared their meals with trembling hands, acutely aware of the significance of every detail. The lamb was roasted to perfection, its juices sizzling, as the fire crackled like the heartbeat of their collective hope. The unleavened bread, a symbol of their hasty flight, was mixed and shaped, while bitter herbs served as a stark reminder of the bitterness of slavery. Outside, the Egyptian streets were alive with the sounds of revelry, blissfully unaware of the storm that loomed just beyond their doors. The Pharaoh, still arrogant in his defiance, had ordered the celebration to continue, refusing to heed the messages from Moses. His heart hardened. He dismissed the warnings, believing himself untouchable, a god among men. But destiny had a way of humbling even the mightiest, and the stage was set for a clash that would reverberate through history. As darkness enveloped the land, the Israelites gathered around their tables, hearts thudding like war drums. The blood of the lamb was a vivid scarlet against the weathered wood of their doorframes, a sign of faith and protection. With every drop that fell, they felt the weight of their ancestors' cries, the echoes of generations yearning for freedom. They prayed fervently, voices rising in unison, a haunting melody that pierced the stillness of the night. Then, in the depths of the darkness, the world around them seemed to hold its breath. The air thickened, electric with suspense. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered the silence, a sound that struck terror into the hearts of all who heard it. It was the voice of God, declaring the final plague, a warning that sent shockwaves through Egypt. Every firstborn in the land shall die. The words reverberated like a death knell, a chilling reminder that the moment of reckoning had arrived. Inside their homes, the Israelites clung to one another, their eyes wide with fear and anticipation. Would they truly be spared? Would the blood of the lamb protect them from the wrath that would soon sweep across the land? The tension was palpable, coursing through their veins. A quiet resolve settled over them as they stood on the precipice of change, facing the unknown with unwavering faith. As the clock struck midnight, a harrowing wail erupted from the Egyptian homes, a cacophony of grief and despair that echoed through the streets. The cries of mourning pierced the night, a sound so raw and painful that it stopped the heart. Those who had mocked the warnings, who had clung to their pride, now faced the bitter consequences of their choices. The air resonated with the symphony of sorrow, and still, the Israelites remained steadfast, their hearts pounding with a mixture of fear and hope. And then, as the first light of dawn began to break over the horizon, the call for departure rang out. "Get ready, gather your belongings," Moses urged, urgency in his voice. The moment had come. With trembling hands, families hurriedly packed their meager possessions, each item a fragment of their past, yet heavy with the promise of a new beginning. They felt the weight of history shifting beneath their feet, the ground vibrating with the footsteps of freedom. All around them, the land lay in chaos. Egyptians scrambled in disbelief, their lives shattered, their firstborns taken. The air was thick with the scent of sorrow and loss, a poignant reminder of the cost of defiance against the divine. Yet, amidst the devastation, the Israelites felt the first stirrings of liberation. Their hearts sang with the promise of a new dawn, a chance to finally break free from the chains that had bound them for so long. As the sun rose higher, casting its golden light upon the land, the Israelites stepped out into the world with hope blooming in their hearts. They had survived the night of terror, the night that would forever be etched in their memories. Every step they took resonated with the shouts of liberation, a triumphant chorus that blended with the cries of the fallen. And as they moved forward, the horizon beckoned, a vast expanse of possibilities, freedom just within their grasp. But just as the wind shifted, carrying with it whispers of hope and change, the shadows of the past lurked close behind. The Pharaoh, now frenzied with rage and despair, would not let them go without a fight. As the Israelites began their exodus, the tension rose, a dramatic crescendo of fear and longing. The path ahead shimmered with promise, yet dark clouds loomed, reminding them that their journey had only just begun. A howl of desperation echoed through the night, cutting through the murmurs of the restless sea, where waves crashed against the shore like 1,000 fists drumming against a locked door. The air was heavy with fear and uncertainty, two emotions that hung like dark clouds over the multitude gathered at the water's edge. They stood there, a haphazard crowd of men, women, and children, their faces illuminated by the flickering torchlight, each one bearing the weight of memories filled with anguish and relentless toil. Moses stood before them, a figure molded by the very trials he had endured, his heart pounding as he gazed upon the vast expanse of water that seemed to stretch into eternity. The Israelites, shackled by the relentless grip of slavery in Egypt, had been led to this moment, torn between hope and dread. Behind them lay the chariots of Pharaoh, thundering forth with a vengeance, a chorus of terror that grew louder with each passing heartbeat. The soldiers were relentless, and the pain of past labor clawed at the souls of the people, urging them to flee, yet paralyzing them with fear. "Fear not," Moses called, his voice rising above the chaos, piercing the thick air like a beacon of light in the dark. "Stand firm, and see the salvation of the Lord." His words, though filled with faith, were met with a mixture of skepticism and despair. How could they stand firm when the enemy's roar echoed behind them, and the unforgiving sea loomed before them like a monstrous wall, ready to swallow them whole? A woman clasped her child tightly to her chest, tears streaming down her face, whispering prayers into the night. Elders, burdened with the weight of their years, looked to the heavens, searching for answers in the stars that seemed indifferent to their plight. "What will become of us?" thought one man, his heart racing as he clutched his son's hand, the grip tightening as the reality of their situation sank in. Would this moment be their last? But then a wind began to stir, sweeping across the water's surface, stirring it to life. The waves seemed to pause, as if holding their breath, and in that instant, the atmosphere shifted. Moses raised his staff, the ancient symbol of authority and divine power, and with a heart trembling with faith, he brought it down upon the water. The ocean's surface writhed and churned with an unearthly energy as a voice, hushed yet thunderous, echoed through the crowd, calling for courage amidst the storm. First, nothing happened. The moments stretched into eternity as the people stared at the water, their breaths shallow, their eyes wide with disbelief. But then, like a miracle unfolding at the hands of an unseen force, the waters began to part. The sea trembled and roared as walls of water rose high above them, creating a path, a passage through chaos, a bridge from bondage to freedom. Gasps filled the air, a symphony of astonishment and rising hope that drowned out the thunder of approaching hooves. "Walk!" Moses shouted, his voice cutting through the awe. "Walk! The Lord is with us!" And as if guided by the hand of fate itself, the first few stepped forward, hesitant yet resolute. They entered the narrow corridor of dry ground where the walls of water stood like glass, shimmering with the moonlight, reflecting their astonished faces, each one caught between disbelief and wonder. As the people moved forward, the path widened, revealing a glimpse of what lay ahead: freedom, a life unburdened by the lash of the overseer. Their hearts raced as the imminent danger of Pharaoh's army loomed closer, the thundering hooves echoing like a dark storm gathering behind them. The air crackled with electric tension, a primal fear igniting a will to survive. Each step became an act of faith, a declaration that they would not return to the shackles of their past. Behind them, the ground shook with the fury of the pursuing chariots, the warriors blinded by rage and vengeance. They could see them now, the glint of swords and shields reflecting the light of the torches. The cries of men filled the air, fierce and wild. "We must go faster!" a voice rang out, urgency drowning the last vestiges of doubt. The path ahead remained uncertain, but the heart of the crowd beat as one, fueled by the hope of liberation. As they crossed, the water surged ominously, a reminder of nature's power, but it also held something more, a promise. The path before them was not just a means of escape. It was a testament to their spirit, to the faith that whispered in their hearts. Every child, every mother, every elder pressed on, driven by a shared longing for a new dawn, a new life. Suddenly, the winds howled, sending a chill through their bones. An ominous crack split the night as the waters began to sway, threatening to crash down. "Hurry! Quickly!" Moses urged, glancing back, a mixture of dread and determination flickering in his eyes. The waters seemed to pulse with a life of their own, and for a heartbeat, the world held its breath. With one final push, they ran, their feet pounding against the dry earth, hearts racing as the walls of water trembled, threatening to reclaim the path. But liberation was within grasp, a light at the end of the tunnel, a heartbeat away. As the last of the Israelites sprinted forward, a deafening roar erupted behind them. The sea crashed down upon the pursuing soldiers, the waters reclaiming what was never meant to be held. As the dust settled and the roar of the ocean faded into silence, the Israelites stumbled onto the shore, gasping for breath, their hearts still racing with the echoes of what they had just escaped. They turned to see the last remnants of Pharaoh's might swallowed by the sea, a powerful reminder of their past, and a symbol of their newfound freedom. Tears mingled with laughter, cries of fear transformed into shouts of joy, a chorus of hope rising from the ashes of despair. And in that moment, as they stood together, no longer defined by their anguish but by their resilience, a new chapter unfolded before them. A promise of a land flowing with milk and honey awaited, and with it the chance to forge their own destiny. It was not just a crossing. It was a rebirth, an awakening to the possibilities that lay ahead, where the horizon shimmered with light and the burden of slavery faded into memory. The journey was far from over, but the first step into freedom had been taken, and with it, the echoes of the past began to dissolve like mist beneath the rising sun. The air crackled with anticipation, as the sun dipped low in the sky, casting golden rays over the gathered people. They stood on the shores of the Red Sea, the very same waters that had parted before them, creating a path through which hope surged like a tidal wave. The echoes of their escape from slavery still reverberated in their hearts, each beat a reminder of freedom snatched from the jaws of despair. Moses, his face weathered by years of hardship and triumph, stood before them, a figure illuminated by the fading light. His voice, deep and powerful, rose above the murmur of the crowd. With each word, he wove a tapestry of memory and emotion, recounting the harrowing journey that had brought them to this moment. A moment of liberation, a moment of praise. "Sing to the Lord," he commanded, his voice ringing with authority that sent shivers down the spines of all who heard. "For he has triumphed gloriously. The horse and its rider he has thrown into the sea." The words echoed like a drumbeat, igniting a fire within them. As they listened, visions of their recent past flooded their minds. The crushing weight of their chains, the relentless whips of their taskmasters, and the anguished cries of their people. But now, those memories morphed into something else, into a vivid celebration of deliverance. One by one, the congregation began to join in, their voices rising in a jubilant chorus that swept through the air like a sweet breeze. "The Lord is my strength and my song. He has become my salvation," they sang, their hearts swelling with pride and gratitude. The sun, now a fiery orb on the horizon, seemed to shine brighter, as if reflecting the joy that filled the hearts of every man, woman, and child. As the music soared, so did their spirits. Faces lit up with uncontainable joy, laughter mingled with tears, and the rhythm of their celebration made the very ground beneath them tremble. Families embraced, and neighbors clasped hands, forging bonds anew under the mantle of shared survival and faith. Moses, standing at the forefront, could feel the weight of the moment pressing against his chest. This was not merely a song. It was a declaration of their identity, their courage, and their unyielding belief in a future where they could finally breathe free. Each verse they sang reverberated with the history of their people, a history that had been woven from despair and hope, suffering and triumph. But there was more. As the sun slipped beneath the horizon, the coolness of the evening wrapped around them like a comforting blanket. Moses directed their hearts toward the wonder of what had just happened. "Who among the gods is like you, Lord? Who is like you, majestic in holiness, awesome in glory, working wonders?" His words hung in the air, charged with reverence and awe. They were not just celebrating their own deliverance, but acknowledging the divine hand that had guided them through the turmoil. In the distance, the sound of the waves crashing against the shore echoed the power of their God, a force that had parted the sea, a presence that had turned bitter waters sweet. The very earth beneath their feet felt alive, pulsating with the energy of their shared experience. Each person there understood that they were part of something far greater than themselves, a movement that would echo through generations. With every refrain, the intensity grew. Their voices soared higher, infused with an exuberance that made the very stars above seem to twinkle in approval. The moon, now a beacon in the night sky, cast a silvery glow upon their gathering, illuminating the faces of those who had suffered so greatly and yet triumphed so gloriously. It was a sight that would be etched into the annals of their history, a moment in which their faith was confirmed and their spirit was reborn. Yet, within this ecstatic celebration, a tremor of uncertainty lingered, a reminder of the challenges that lay ahead. What would tomorrow bring? How would they navigate the wilderness that awaited them? The uncertainties loomed like shadows on the horizon, but for now, they pushed those thoughts aside. United in song and spirit, they were warriors of faith, ready to face whatever trials lay ahead. Moses, with tears streaming down his face, a mixture of pain, joy, and hope, witnessed the transformation unfolding before him. The people had found their voice, and in their vibrant celebration, they were constructing a new identity, one built upon freedom, faith, and the unwavering conviction that they were not alone. They were bound together by a shared story, a narrative that would be passed down through the ages, a tale of resilience and divine rescue. As the night deepened, the sounds of their celebration filled the desert air, echoing off the mountains and weaving through the silence of the vast wilderness. The stars twinkled like diamonds overhead, witnesses to a moment that would not only mark their deliverance, but also ignite a flame of hope that would burn brightly in the hearts of their descendants. And so, the song continued, unyielding and vibrant, an anthem of praise that chased away the shadows of doubt. The people sang, stronger and more fervently than ever, forging a path into the unknown. A path filled with promise, danger, and the unwavering belief that together, they would conquer whatever lay ahead. The winds carried their voices far and wide, sending ripples of hope across the vast expanse of the wilderness, where new stories awaited to be written, where new battles would be fought, and where faith would continue to guide their steps into the future. With every note, every word, they solidified their resolve, creating an unbreakable bond, not just with one another, but with the divine force that had delivered them. The night was alive with their cries, and as they sang, the journey into the wilderness began to unfold. A journey that would demand everything they had, but would also reveal the depths of their strength and the heights of their faith. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the weary travelers as they trudged through the arid desert. Dust clung to their bodies, mingling with sweat, creating a heavy film of exhaustion. The horizon shimmered with heat, distorting the landscape, blurring the lines between reality and mirage. A voice rang out, a voice filled with despair. "What is this place?" it called, echoing the thoughts of every person in the group. Their faces, gaunt and weary, reflected a mixture of hope and dread, each step forward weighted by their thirst. After days of wandering in the wilderness, thirst clawed at their throats like a predator hunting its prey. Children whined, mothers held their babes close, and fathers clenched their fists in frustration. The air was thick with the tension of survival. When they finally spotted water glimmering in the distance, the collective heart of the crowd quickened. They hurried forward, hope igniting like a spark in dry tinder. But as they reached the water's edge, the excitement shifted to horror. The water was dark, murky, tainted with bitterness. Mara, they whispered, a name threaded with anguish and loss. They could see their reflections distorted, faces twisted by the very liquid they craved. The joy of finding water was swallowed by the realization that it was poison to their parched lips. The word hung in the air, a bitter reminder of their plight. "What shall we drink?" someone cried, desperation creeping into their voice like vines choking a tree. Faces turned from hope to despair, eyes wide with disbelief. As the sun dipped lower, shadows stretched across the ground, dancing in the fading light. A sense of hopelessness loomed over the group, thick enough to cut. They gathered in a circle, murmuring among themselves, the air heavy with unspoken fears. Some accused their leaders, questioning how they had ended up in such a treacherous place. Others sank to their knees, praying for relief. Children, oblivious to the tension, played nearby, their laughter contrasting starkly with the growing unease of the adults. In the midst of the chaos, a figure emerged. Moses, weary yet steadfast, stepped forward. His presence commanded attention, but even he bore the weight of the moment. The people turned to him, their faces a mixture of expectation and doubt. "What shall we do?" they asked, eyes pleading. He paused, the silence stretching, a moment of reflection that felt eternal. The bitterness of Mara wasn't merely water. It was a test, a crucible where faith was forged and broken. Moses raised his hands, and for a fleeting moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. He glanced at the waters of Mara, the bitterness swirling like a storm in his heart. He remembered the promise, a land flowing with milk and honey. Yet here they were at the brink of despair. But something within him stirred, a flicker of hope ignited by a vision yet unseen. He turned, the resolve in his eyes shining through the dust and sweat. "Bring me a branch," he called out, voice steady amidst the chaos. Confused murmurs rippled through the crowd, but one man stepped forward, branch in hand, trembling yet brave. Moses took the branch, raising it toward the waters. The group watched, hearts pounding, breaths held tight as if the very air would shatter at any moment. Time stretched. Even the winds paused, waiting for the miracle they so desperately sought. And then it happened. The branch touched the water, and as if responding to some divine command, the waters began to change. The bitterness that had tainted their hopes twisted and churned, transforming before their eyes. It was as if the heavens had opened, pouring sweetness into the depths. Gasps erupted from the crowd, disbelief mingling with awe. The water shimmered now, clear and inviting, a stark contrast to the darkness that had consumed their spirits only moments before. The people surged forward, hearts racing with newfound hope. They dipped their hands into the sweetness, lifting it to their lips, the taste of life flooding their senses. Laughter erupted, joy spilling forth like the precious water. Children squealed, splashing merrily, their innocence untouched by the recent trials. Moses stood back, watching the transformation unfold, filled with an overwhelming sense of purpose. The bitter waters of Mara had become a symbol of faith, of trials overcome, of hope reborn. But amidst the celebration, a whisper of concern lingered in the air. Would the sweetness last? Would they soon face another bitter moment? Tension still simmered beneath the surface, as the people drank deeply, their laughter echoing like a melody through the valley. Each sip was a reminder of what they had endured, but also what lay ahead, the unknown paths, the challenges that still waited in the vast wilderness. As the last rays of sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the camp, the people gathered around Moses once more. Their eyes, once filled with despair, now sparkled with gratitude and wonder. They sought his guidance, eager to know what lay ahead. Yet his heart was heavy with the knowledge that the wilderness had more in store. Every sweet moment held the potential for bitterness, and each turn could lead to trials they had not yet imagined. The night enveloped them, the stars blinking down like the eyes of ancient watchers. The fire crackled, casting flickering lights on their faces, illuminating the lines of worry etched into their brows. They sang songs of praise, their voices rising like smoke into the starry sky, a hymn to the sweetness that had emerged from their trial. But as the music filled the air, a new sense of foreboding crept into Moses' heart. The wilderness was vast, and beyond the sweetness of Mara lay more challenges, more tests of faith. With each passing moment, he could feel the weight of their journey pressing down on him, a reminder that the sweetness could easily turn back to bitterness. The people rejoiced, but he sensed that Mara was only one chapter in a much larger story. The taste of sweetness lingered on their lips, but in the back of his mind, he could hear the whisper of what was to come. The shadows loomed larger, the desert stretched endlessly, and the journey was far from over. And so, as the fire flickered and the stars danced above, the echoes of joy intertwined with the whispers of doubt, crafting a tapestry of emotion that would shape their path forward. The night was alive with possibilities, but the road ahead remained uncertain, each step a choice, each moment a test. In the silence that followed, the promise of the land flowing with milk and honey shimmered in the distance, just beyond their grasp, waiting for them to reach out and claim it. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the dry, dusty desert. There were whispers on the wind, a soft rustling that danced through the camp of the Israelites, a melody of uncertainty and desperation. With every passing day, the ground beneath their feet seemed to absorb their hope, leaving only the bitter taste of hunger and thirst. It was a rugged world, filled with sharp stones and relentless heat, where every moment stretched like an eternity in the heart of the wilderness. Betrayed by their own choices, they wandered aimlessly, their stomachs churning with the pangs of hunger and their mouths dry like the parched earth around them. These people had been delivered from the clutches of slavery, yet here they stood, yearning for the comforts of Egypt, longing for the produce that had once graced their tables. Then, one fateful morning, as dawn broke and painted the sky with hues of gold and crimson, something miraculous happened. A hush fell over the camp. The Israelites emerged from their tents, bleary-eyed and weary, only to find a strange, white substance scattered across the ground. It looked like frost, glistening under the now rising sun, and for a moment, they stood in disbelief. Was it a trick of the light? Had their yearning minds conjured up a vision of nourishment? Manna, they would later call it that. The name, derived from a question, became a symbol of divine provision. "What is it?" they had asked, staring at the miracle laid out before them like a heavenly banquet. Panic turned into wonder as they knelt down to scoop it up, their fingers trembling in anticipation. The taste was sweeter than honey, and with each bite, the ache in their bellies began to fade. Laughter bubbled up among the people, filling the air with a sound that had been missing for too long. But the wonder of the manna brought with it a tension that crackled in the air like static before a storm. Each day, as the sun peeked over the horizon, the white flakes appeared, a silent promise from the heavens. Yet the Israelites faced a test, a challenge of faith. They were instructed to gather only enough for the day, a divine lesson in trust and reliance. Some were tempted by greed, their hearts still shackled by the fear of scarcity, and they hoarded the manna, believing they could store it for tomorrow. Yet when they opened their jars the next morning, the sweet reward had turned to foul and rotten substance, a reminder that the Lord's mercies were meant to be renewed each day. The lesson was both simple and profound. Life was not to be lived in yesterday's bread, but in the grace of today. As days turned into weeks, the reality of their circumstance began to weigh heavily on their hearts. They longed for the flesh pots of Egypt, the rich food they had once known. Whispers of dissatisfaction grew, their voices rising together, echoing against the barren landscape. "Had we truly been better off in bondage?" they cried. "Why did you bring us into this wilderness to die?" But amidst their complaints, the manna continued to fall, falling like a gentle rain from heaven, a stark contrast to their bitter cries. It was the very sustenance that sustained them, a daily gift that became a lifeline. The rhythmic sound of gathering echoed through the camp, a chorus of hope reborn every morning. They learned to appreciate the miraculous gift woven into the fabric of their existence. Children danced in the joy of discovery, marveling at the white flakes that could be prepared in endless ways: fried, boiled, baked. The elders, once filled with despair, shared stories of faith, their voices blending with the crackling of campfires as they spoke of the wonders of the Lord. Manna was not just sustenance. It was a reminder of his presence, a beacon in the night that whispered of love and provision. But beneath the surface of this miracle, tension continued to simmer. Some were beginning to question, their faith wavering like the flickering flames of their fires. What if it stops? They wondered. What if tomorrow the ground remains bare? Night after night, the fears crept in, gnawing at their resolve until the dawn broke with uncertainty. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of purple and orange, the camp fell eerily silent. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken worry. The elders gathered in hushed tones, their faces shadowed by flickering firelight. They pondered the future, their hearts heavy with doubt. God's provision had been miraculous, yet the wilderness loomed ahead like a vast, uncharted sea. In the stillness, a child broke the silence, her innocent voice rising above the tension. "God gave us the manna," she declared, her eyes shining with a trust that seemed to pierce through the darkness. "If he fed us today, won't he feed us tomorrow?" Her words hung in the air, a fragile thread of faith, but it was enough to stir something deep within the hearts of those present. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, a renewed sense of hope ignited among the people. They clung to the miracle, each flake of manna a reminder that, even in the wilderness, they were not alone. The bond between them grew stronger, forged by shared meals and stories of faith, laughter rising like smoke into the night air. Yet, even as they feasted on the divine gift, the wilderness still whispered its challenges. The path ahead was fraught with trials, the desert's harshness a constant reminder of their struggles. And as the dawn broke each day, the manna continued to fall, a promise of sustenance amid uncertainty, but also an invitation to trust when the path became unclear. Every morning they gathered, their hearts intertwined with the rhythm of the wilderness, each flake a testament to survival, each meal a shared blessing. But the echoes of doubt lingered, and the question remained: how long could this go on? Would the promise of the manna last forever? Or would they one day find themselves hungry again, staring at the endless expanse of sand, wondering where their next meal might come from? The sun climbed higher, and the Israelites stood at the edge of their hopes and fears, their hearts pounding with the weight of the unknown. And as they savored the sweetness of the manna, a new chapter loomed just beyond the horizon, waiting to unfold. The sun hung high, a relentless ball of fire in the sky, casting long shadows on the parched earth. The Israelites shuffled forward, their feet dragging through the dust, each step a reminder of the weariness that had settled like a heavy cloak upon their shoulders. Thirst gnawed at them, a deep, gnawing hunger that seemed to pull their very souls. Children whimpered, mothers held them close, and fathers clenched their fists, desperate for relief. In the midst of this bleakness, the air trembled with an unspoken tension. They had journeyed for days, wandering through the vast wilderness, seeking the promise of a land flowing with milk and honey. But here, in this barren stretch, hope was fading. The murmurs of discontent swelled among the people, a chorus of doubt that echoed against the rocks and sand. "Why have you brought us here?" they cried, voices cracking with despair. "Is it to die of thirst?" Moses stood at the forefront, his heart heavy as he surveyed the crowd, faces lined with fatigue, eyes hollow. He could feel the weight of their despair pressing down on him like a stone. Yet deep within him flickered a spark, a stubborn ember of faith that refused to be extinguished. He lifted his gaze to the heavens, seeking guidance from the God who had led them out of Egypt with mighty signs and wonders. The memories surged forth, the parting of the Red Sea, the bitter waters made sweet, the manna that fell like rain from the sky. These were not mere stories. They were lifelines, threads of faith that bound the people to their destiny. But here, now, Faced with the stark reality of thirst, even Moses felt the tremors of uncertainty course through him. Suddenly, a voice broke through the murmurs, sharp, accusatory. "Is the Lord among us or not?" It was a question laced with doubt, a sharp knife that cut through the air. Moses felt that knife twist within him. He was no stranger to the struggles of leadership, but this was different. This was survival. In that moment, a decision crystallized within him. Moses turned, the weight of his staff heavy in his hand. He marched toward the rock at Horeb, a looming presence in the landscape that seemed to mock their struggle. With the crowd watching, breath held, he struck the rock with his staff. A swift, decisive blow that echoed in the silence that had fallen over the camp. The sound reverberated like a thunderclap, a signal to heaven. And then, as if in answer to his cry, water gushed forth with a power that could only be described as miraculous. It spilled out in torrents, cascading down the rock's rugged face, pooling into a life-giving stream. Gasps of disbelief mingled with cries of joy, a symphony of emotions that swept through the people like a tidal wave. Moses watched as the first child, wide-eyed and amazed, darted forward, cupping his hands to drink from the flowing water. Laughter erupted, a sound so pure and unexpected that it pierced through the heaviness of despair. The Israelites rushed forward, eager to fill their jugs, their mouths, their hearts with the precious liquid. This was no ordinary moment. It was a testament to faith, a reminder that even in the harshest of times, miracles could bloom like wildflowers in the desert. But the joy was bittersweet for Moses. He felt the weight of the moment, the burden of leading a people who often swayed like reeds in the wind. He had struck the rock, but he could not shake the fear that this act would not be enough to assuage their doubts in the days to come. Would they remember this miracle, or would they soon forget, caught up once more in their fears? As the crowd drank deeply, a newfound energy surged among them. The children laughed, splashing in the pools, their faces brightening with the innocence of youth. Mothers filled their containers, the weight of worry lifting, if only for a moment. Men embraced one another, eyes shining with gratitude as they praised the God who had answered their cries. Yet amidst the celebration, an undercurrent of tension remained. Would this act be enough to lead them faithfully into the unknown future? Moses felt a swelling pride competing with his worry. The miracle was not just in the water that flowed from the rock. It was a reminder of their bond, their shared struggle, and the faith that sustained them. He thought of the stories they would tell, of the children who would grow up knowing that they had been led by a God who cared deeply for them even when the path ahead was fraught with uncertainty. But even as hope blossomed, shadows loomed. In the back of his mind, a voice whispered doubts, warning him that this moment, as powerful as it was, might not last. He could sense the murmurs rising once more, the flickers of doubt that could so easily ignite into flames of discontent. Would they cling to this miracle, or would they turn once more to complaint, forgetting the wonders they had seen? As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a golden hue over the camp, Moses knew that the battle was far from over. The Israelites were a complex tapestry of faith and fear, woven together by their shared experiences, yet easily frayed by uncertainty. He looked at the faces illuminated by the soft glow of evening light, his heart swelling with love for his people. He raised his voice, calling them together, but the laughter and joy drowned out his words. The water, a gift from above, had sparked a fire in their hearts. Yet Moses couldn't shake the unease that settled heavily around him. Would they grasp the significance of this moment, or would it slip through their fingers like sand in the desert? As the last rays of sunlight faded and stars twinkled to life above, a sense of tranquility fell over the camp. Yet Moses stood on the edge, the weight of the future pressing down on him. The miracle of water from the rock was a new chapter, but with every new beginning came the uncertainty of what lay ahead. With the echoes of laughter still ringing in his ears, he turned his gaze toward the horizon, wondering what challenges awaited them in the days to come. For even in the heart of a miracle, the wilderness loomed vast and unforgiving, a reminder that the journey was far from over. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the arid desert, where the air shimmered with heat and anticipation. The people of Israel, recently freed from the chains of Egypt, felt a mix of hope and fear, a fragile thread weaving their hearts together as they marched forward into the unknown. But little did they know that lurking just beyond the horizon was a fierce enemy ready to strike. Amalek, the very name sent shivers down the spines of those weary travelers. The Amalekites, fierce warriors known for their relentless brutality, were not merely a distant threat. They were a living nightmare. As the Israelites settled into their temporary camp, anxiety hung heavy in the air. Children clung to their mothers, eyes wide with worry, while fathers exchanged hushed whispers, their faces drawn tight with concern. Suddenly, the sharp cry of alarm shattered the stillness. A dust cloud, billowing ominously, heralded the approach of the Amalekite raiders. Panic surged through the camp like wildfire. Men grabbed makeshift weapons, sticks, stones, anything they could wield as a defense. The tension was palpable. Hearts raced in unison as the realization sank in. They were not just fleeing Egypt. They were now facing their first battle. Moses stood resolute, a figure of unwavering strength amid the chaos. His eyes, filled with pain and determination, scanned the faces of his people. "Stand firm," he shouted, his voice rising above the clamor. "The Lord will fight for us." The words, though meant to inspire, trembled with the weight of uncertainty. Could they truly fight against such fierce foes? As the Amalekites charged forward, the ground trembled beneath their swift feet. Their battle cries pierced the air, raw and primal. The Israelites, though frightened, were fueled by the spirit of survival. They formed ranks, wild-eyed and determined, under the blazing sun that bore down mercilessly. The clash of weapons erupted like thunder in the desert as the two forces collided. The sounds of metal meeting metal, grunts of exertion, and cries of battle echoed through the sandy expanse. Moses took his position atop a nearby hill, raising his staff towards the heavens, a signal that would become a beacon of hope. As his arms lifted, the sight was nothing short of awe-inspiring. With every rise of his staff, the tide of battle seemed to shift. Whenever his arms remained raised, the Israelites pressed forward, emboldened, striking back against their attackers. But as the moments stretched, fatigue gripped Moses. His arms began to tremble, and doubt crept into his heart. With each lowering of the staff, the Amalekites surged, gaining ground, emboldened by their apparent advantage. Seeing their leader struggle, two faithful companions rushed to his side, Aaron and Hur. With silent determination, they placed a large stone beneath him, offering support. They stood on either side, their grip firm around his weary arms. Together, they formed a living pillar, ensuring the staff remained raised high, a visible sign of divine favor. The battle raged on, fierce and unrelenting. Warriors clashed, blood flowed, and the cries of the wounded mingled with the sounds of valor. Each moment felt like an eternity, and yet, in the midst of chaos, moments of clarity emerged. A mother, trembling but resolute, shielded her child from the fray while her husband fought valiantly, carving a path through the onslaught. But it was not just the warriors on the battlefield whose hearts burned with courage. In the depths of the camp, the elderly gathered to pray, their voices rising like incense before the Almighty. The faith of the community intertwined, creating a tapestry of hope that enveloped the fighters, giving strength to those who wielded swords and stones. Then, as dusk approached, a miracle unfolded. With the staff held high, the tide began to turn. The Israelites, driven by faith and the surge of unity, pushed forward with renewed vigor. The Amalekites, once confident and fierce, began to falter. Fear crept into their hearts as they faced an enemy united not only by blood, but by a shared history of suffering and liberation. But the battle was far from over. The air was thick with smoke and sweat, and the weight of what was at stake settled heavily on everyone's shoulders. Every thrust of a sword, every leap into the fray was laced with desperation and hope. The sun dipped lower, its last rays painting the sky in hues of orange and red, casting an ethereal glow over the battlefield. Moses, feeling the presence of the divine with each breath, raised his staff higher. A surge of energy coursed through him, as if the very hand of God was guiding him. With renewed strength, he let out a mighty cry, rallying his people. "Charge! The Lord is with us!" Hope ignited in the hearts of the Israelites. They surged forward, a wave of unyielding spirit. The cries of the Amalekites turned from fierce to frantic as they stumbled back, their surprise palpable. The warriors of Israel, softened by fear just moments before, now fought with the fervor of 1,000 hearts, knowing their freedom depended on their victory. As night descended, the battle waged on, darkness falling like a heavy curtain, obscuring the faces of heroes and foes alike. Lanterns flickered to life among the camp, casting a warm glow on those who fought for their future. Exhaustion clawed at their bodies, but the fire of their spirit blazed brighter than ever. And in the shadows, amidst the chaos and valor, the lesson of this day began to take root, a truth that would echo through generations. This battle was not merely against flesh and blood, but against the very essence of oppression that sought to extinguish their newly found hope. With each swing of a sword, with every shout of defiance, they were carving out their legacy, etching their story into the annals of history. The air hummed with both fear and exhilaration, each moment charged with the electric tension of a defining battle. The horizon, once a distant dream of freedom, now felt within reach, glimmering on the edge of the night. The struggle against Amalek was not just a fight for survival. It was a declaration of existence, a fierce proclamation that they would not be erased. As the night deepened, the battle continued, echoing the timeless struggle between light and darkness. The cries of the warriors and the sound of clashing swords melded into a symphony of resilience, a testament to the human spirit's unbreakable will. The outcome remained unknown, but the hearts of the Israelites beat with a newfound strength, united against a common enemy. The day had brought a battle, but what lay ahead was a path paved with lessons learned, victories won, and the promise of a future unchained from the horrors of the past. The night would soon give way to dawn, but in that moment, the fight raged on, and the hearts of a people echoed their determination, unyielding and fierce amidst the chaos of war. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the campfires that flickered like tiny stars against the desert sands. It was a moment thick with anticipation, the kind where hearts raced and whispers danced on the winds, long before Jethro, the sage of Midian, arrived. He was a man of experience, his presence a blend of wisdom and authority, and as he approached, the air crackled with unspoken thoughts. Moses, weary yet steadfast, stood at the entrance of his tent. The weight of his role pressed heavily on his shoulders, the burden of leading a nation so recently freed from slavery. He had faced Pharaoh, the might of Egypt, and here he was, a shepherd turned leader, grappling with the chaos of a people in search of an identity. The cries of mothers, the laughter of children, and the murmur of men seeking justice filled the air, creating a cacophony of needs that tugged at his heart. When Jethro entered the camp, he brought with him a calmness that seemed to still the restless tide of emotions. The wise old man had watched from a distance, observing how Moses tirelessly judged disputes among the people from dawn until dusk. He shook his head slightly, concern knitting his brow. "Moses," he began, his voice like gravel mixed with honey, "what you are doing is not good." Moses, taken aback, felt the sting of those words, but there was an undeniable truth in them. He had become a solitary figure, a lighthouse in a storm, standing alone against the waves of complaints and arguments. With each case he heard, he felt the hope of his people wrestle with the despair of their circumstances. But how could he turn away from their pleas? How could he abandon those who looked to him for guidance? Jethro took a step closer, his eyes deep pools of wisdom. "You must learn to share the weight of this burden. It is too much for one man." His words fell like heavy stones, each one resonating with the truth of years spent leading his own flocks and families. Moses listened, his heart a mixture of fear and yearning. Could he truly relinquish his grip on leadership? The thought alone sent shivers down his spine. As night descended, the camp transformed, the fires casting flickering shadows on anxious faces gathered around them. Jethro spoke of leadership, describing it not as a position of power, but as a bond of trust, a shared journey. You must appoint leaders over thousands, hundreds, fifties, and tens, he advised, his voice steady. The plan unfolded like a scroll revealing its secrets, and with each suggestion, Moses felt a spark of hope ignite within him. Images flashed before Moses' eyes, stretched canvases of men and women stepping forward, courage in their hearts, ready to build a new community. He envisioned his people thriving, each one taking responsibility, contributing to the greater good. His heart raced at the thought of their potential, of unity forged through shared leadership. But doubt gnawed at him. What if they struggled? What if they faltered? The stakes were high, and failure loomed like a dark cloud on the horizon. But Jethro's calm demeanor was infectious. Let them judge the people at all times, he continued, and let it be that every great matter they bring to you, but every small matter they themselves shall judge. The wisdom lingered, weaving into Moses' thoughts, wrapping around his heart like a warm cloak. The burden would lighten, but would the trust be there? Would the leaders listen, respect, and uphold the values he had instilled? Moses looked out into the faces of his people, illuminated by firelight, eyes wide with expectation. They had followed him through the wilderness, across the Red Sea, and now they stood on the brink of a new society. Their hopes, dreams, and fears were intertwined like threads of a tapestry. Each dispute he settled, each issue he faced, was a stitch in the fabric of their newfound identity. With urgency, he turned back to Jethro, desperation tinged with lingering doubt. But what if they turn from me? What if they do not accept these leaders? His voice trembled with fear, echoes of a lifetime of responsibility weighing him down. Trust in them as they trust in you, Jethro replied, his gaze unwavering. You have led them away from oppression. Now empower them to lead themselves. Leadership is not about control. It is about uplifting others. The wisdom cut through Moses' uncertainty like a sharp blade, and for the first time, he felt the possibility of a future unfurling before him, a future where he was not alone. As the stars twinkled above, the camp buzzed with conversations sparked by Jethro's words. People began to envision the leaders they would choose, the justice they would uphold together. The atmosphere was electric, charged with hope and determination. It was as if a seed had been planted, and now, with careful nurturing, it could grow into a mighty tree. Moses stood before Jethro, his heart swelling with a mixture of gratitude and trepidation. I will do as you say, he declared, his voice steadying. With that simple affirmation, a shift occurred within him, a recognition that leadership was a shared journey, a path that could weave through the hearts of many rather than rest solely on his shoulders. Yet, even as those words left his lips, doubts lingered, casting shadows over his resolve. Would the leaders he appointed truly embrace their roles? Could they handle the weight of judgment, the responsibility of guiding others? Would they reflect the values he had fought so hard to instill? The questions remained, raw and unyielding. Moses turned to Jethro, whose eyes held a knowing glimmer. This is just the beginning, my son, the old man said softly. The fires crackled around them, the winds whispered secrets, and Moses could almost hear the distant echoes of a brighter future. In this moment, the tension between fear and hope hung palpably in the air, and he understood that the journey of leadership was fraught with challenges, yet filled with the promise of transformation. With dawn approaching, the camp began to stir, but the gravity of Jethro's visit lingered. The leaders would need to be chosen, and the people would need to unite. As Moses gazed into the horizon, he felt the pulse of his people, a collective heartbeat that resonated with his own. Decision time loomed. Would he be ready to step into this new chapter, with faith guiding his hand as he sought to build a nation? The moment was poised on the edge of possibility, and Moses' heart raced with the thrill of what lay ahead. A crack of thunder shattered the stillness of the desert, reverberating off the rugged mountains like a warning bell. The ground trembled, and a sense of urgency filled the air. The people of Israel stood below the smoking peak of Mount Sinai, their hearts racing with a mix of fear and anticipation. They had been wandering for what felt like ages, moving through barren lands and facing countless trials. Now, they felt the weight of history, as if the very fabric of their fate was about to be woven anew. Moses, standing at the base of the mountain, felt the electric charge of the moment. The air around him was thick with the presence of something divine, something that transcended the ordinary. His hands trembled slightly, not from fear but from the gravity of what was to come. He had climbed this mountain before, but never like this. Clouds swirled ominously above, and the very sky seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the moment to unfold. "Prepare yourselves," he called to the people, his voice cutting through the clamor of anxious whispers and murmurs. "In 3 days, the Lord will come down upon this mountain." The words hung heavy in the air, a promise that ignited both hope and dread in the hearts of those who listened. They were to sanctify themselves, to wash away the dust of their journey and don clean garments, for something extraordinary was about to happen. As the days passed, the tension mounted. A palpable energy pulsed through the camp, and the people gathered, eyes wide with anticipation. They could hear the distant rumble of thunder, see flashes of lightning dancing across the sky, and feel the earth vibrate beneath their feet. It was as if nature itself was preparing for a monumental event, an unveiling that would change their lives forever. On the morning of the 3rd day, a hush fell over the camp. The sun rose slowly, casting an ethereal glow over the landscape. Then, as if responding to an unseen command, the mountain erupted into a spectacle of fire and smoke. The sound of a trumpet blasted from the heavens, its voice echoing through the valley, a call to the faithful and the fearful alike. The people trembled, their hearts pounding in their chests as they beheld the mountain, now draped in a shroud of mystery and awe. Amidst the fear, there was also a flicker of courage. They gathered closer together, their eyes fixed on the peak. Moses ascended with determination, climbing higher and higher until the world below fell away. Each step was a step toward destiny, the air growing thin, charged with the weight of divine expectation. He reached the summit, where the veil between heaven and earth felt paper-thin, and there stood God, cloaked in power and light. "Here I am," Moses breathed, his heart racing as he stood before the Almighty. The glory of the Lord was blinding, a radiance that threatened to consume him. Yet, in that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of peace. It was as if he had stepped into the very essence of truth itself. God spoke, and the words echoed not just in the air, but deep within Moses' soul. "I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage." Each word carried the weight of a promise, a reminder of the journey they had undertaken, the struggles endured, and the chains broken. This was a moment of liberation, a moment that would define a people. And then came the commandments, 10 simple yet profound rules that would guide their lives and shape their identity. "You shall have no other gods before me," the voice thundered, powerful and unwavering. "You shall not make for yourself a carved image." Each commandment was like a beacon, illuminating the path ahead, cutting through the darkness with clarity and purpose. As Moses listened, he felt the enormity of the responsibility resting upon him. These were not just rules. They were a covenant, a sacred agreement that bound the people to their God. He thought of the Israelites below, their faces etched with wonder and fear. Would they understand? Would they embrace this new way of life? The mountain trembled and shook as the commandments were given, and Moses felt the energy coursing through him like wildfire. He was a messenger, a bridge between the divine and the human. The words etched themselves into his heart, each one a piece of a puzzle that would hold the community together. He closed his eyes, absorbing the weight of each commandment, knowing that they would be both a gift and a challenge. When the last commandment was delivered, Moses stood in silence, overwhelmed yet invigorated. He turned to retrace his steps down the mountain, the words echoing in his mind. As he descended, the intensity of the moment swelled within him, a mix of joy and trepidation. He was not just returning with stone tablets. He was bringing a new way of life, a guiding light for a people lost in the wilderness. As he reached the foot of the mountain, the sight that awaited him was both breathtaking and alarming. The Israelites had gathered, their eyes filled with expectation and dread, the weight of the mountain's revelation palpable in the air. They had witnessed the smoke and heard the thunder, but now they waited for the man who had spoken with God. Moses raised the tablets high, the words of the Lord etched upon them, shimmering in the sunlight. Cheers erupted, mingling with cries of disbelief and fear. Some fell to their knees, overwhelmed by the presence of the divine. Others exchanged glances, uncertain of what this would mean for them. The atmosphere was electric, charged with emotion. Yet, in that moment of exultation, a shadow loomed. The people had seen the power of the mountain, and fear began to creep into their hearts. How would they live up to these commandments? Would they falter as they had before? Moses felt the weight of their doubt, a heavy anchor that threatened to hold them back. And just as the first echoes of joy began to fade, a flicker of rebellion sparked in the crowd. The cries of discontent rose among them, a reminder of their past, their fears, and their yearning for something tangible, something they could control. As they turned to their old ways, a storm began to brew, not just in the skies, but in the hearts of the people. The tension between faith and fear hung in the air, thick and oppressive, a reminder that the path ahead would not be easy. Moses stood at the center of it all, the tablets still raised high. The words of the Lord resonated in his soul, a beacon in the storm. Something monumental was unfolding, a test of faith, a challenge that would define them. The future hung in the balance, poised on the edge of a knife. And as the winds howled and the echoes of rebellion grew louder, the journey was only just beginning. The sun hung low in the sky, casting golden rays that danced across the dusty plains of Moab. The air was electric with anticipation. As thousands gathered, their hearts beating in unison, waiting for a moment that would echo through the ages. This was no ordinary day. This was a sacred moment, the covenant ceremony, where Israel would bind itself to God in a promise that would shape their very existence. As the people assembled, a hush fell over the crowd. Faces marked by hardship and hope reflected the weight of their journey. They had wandered through deserts and crossed rivers, faced enemies and endured trials that had tested their very souls. Yet here they stood, united and resolute, ready to commit to a relationship unlike any other. A covenant that would demand loyalty, love, and faith. Moses, their leader, stood at the forefront, his presence commanding and awe-inspiring. With weathered hands raised, he called for silence. As the murmurs faded, the wind seemed to carry the whispers of the ancestors, reminding them of the promises made long before, not just to them, but to generations yet to come. Each person felt the gravity of the moment, as if the weight of their history pressed upon their shoulders. Moses began to recite the words of the covenant, the sacred agreements that would bind them to the divine. His voice, deep and resonant, echoed like thunder across the valley. "You shall be my treasured possession," he proclaimed, his words stirring the crowd. Gasps of awe rippled through the assembly, and a deep sense of belonging enveloped them. "I will be your God, and you will be my people." With every syllable, the flickering flames of hope ignited in their hearts. Here, in this vast expanse, they were not merely a group of nomads. They were chosen, set apart, part of a divine narrative that would weave their stories into the fabric of eternity. Tears welled in the eyes of the elders, memories of their ancestors' struggles flooding back, their sacrifices finally culminating in this moment of divine promise. As Moses continued, he reminded them of the laws they were to uphold, the commandments that would guide their lives and define their identity. The words cut through the air, sharp and clear, igniting a fire within the listeners. "You shall not have any other gods before me," he declared, and the crowd responded with murmurs of agreement, understanding the weight of such a demand. The very essence of their faith rested on this singular commitment, to worship and serve the one who had delivered them from bondage. A palpable tension filled the air as Moses prepared to seal the covenant. The ceremony required a sacrifice, a ritual that would symbolize the gravity of their commitment. The people watched with bated breath as a young bull was led forth, the rich, earthy scent of its presence grounding them in the reality of what was to come. This was not just a symbolic gesture. It was a blood oath, a binding of lives and destinies. With reverence, Moses laid his hands on the animal, the weight of leadership heavy on his heart. He prayed, invoking the presence of God to witness this sacred promise. The tension built, rising like steam in the air. As he drew a knife, its blade glinting in the light, the crowd held its breath, a collective heartbeat echoing the significance of this act. The blade fell, and the animal's life was given. Blood flowed, pooling on the ground, a vivid reminder of the seriousness of the covenant. The people gasped, the reality of sacrifice crashing over them like waves. This was a moment of surrender, of lives laid down for something greater than themselves. In that blood, they saw their own commitment, their own willingness to sacrifice and to follow. As the blood was sprinkled upon the altar, Moses turned to the people, his voice steady yet filled with emotion. "Behold the blood of the covenant that the Lord has made with you." Their hearts raced, anticipation mingling with fear and reverence. They were not merely spectators. They were participants in this divine drama, linked to God's great story. Then came the moment of response. Moses asked, "Will you accept this covenant?" The air thickened with expectation as the people collectively echoed, "We will!" Their voices rang out, a symphony of unity, a resounding affirmation that would ripple throughout history. This was their moment of intertwining with the divine, a powerful declaration of faith and commitment. As they shouted their acceptance, the ground beneath them felt like it was shaking, not from fear, but from the weight of promise, from the birth of a nation that would carry this covenant in their hearts for generations. With each proclamation, they forged an unbreakable bond, not just among themselves, but with the Creator of the universe. With the ceremony reaching its climax, Moses turned to the mountain, the ancient rock looming behind him like a guardian. He lifted his arms, a gesture of surrender and leadership. The heavens seemed to respond, clouds swirling, and a breath of wind rustled through the crowd, a sign of God's presence enveloping them. They stood on the cusp of a new beginning, their spirits soaring in the promise of what was to come. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows that swept across the faces of the people, illuminating their joy and trepidation. They were now bound by a covenant that would not only define their lives but also their relationship with God. This commitment would lead them through trials and triumphs, guiding them toward the future that awaited, one filled with hope, struggle, and the unyielding belief that they were never alone. Yet, in the depths of their hearts, a flicker of uncertainty remained. Would they hold true to their promise? Would they withstand the temptations of the world outside? The weight of the covenant pressed upon them, a challenge as daunting as the mountains surrounding them. As the sun began to set, casting vibrant hues of orange and purple across the horizon, the ceremony drew to a close. But the echoes of their commitment lingered in the air, resonating with the heartbeat of their newfound identity. They were a people of the covenant, forever intertwined with the divine, and the journey ahead promised to be anything but easy. With hearts full of hope and a touch of fear, they turned toward the future, ready to take the next step, ever aware that the path would demand more than they could imagine. The stage was set, and the story of Israel's commitment to God was only just beginning to unfold, a tale woven into the very fabric of time. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the camp. A hush fell over the Israelites, the kind of silence that clings to the air before a storm, filled with anticipation and reverence. In this moment, God was about to weave a tapestry of divine presence into the fabric of their lives. He called Moses to the mountain, and there, amidst the crackling thunder and flashes of lightning, the blueprint for a sacred dwelling was revealed, the tabernacle. This was no ordinary structure. It was to be a sanctuary, a holy place where God would meet his people, nestled in the heart of their wandering. The instructions were intricate, each detail purposeful, designed not just for aesthetics but to echo the very essence of divinity. Golden threads spun from the finest linen, vibrant colors intermingling like the emotions that surged through the Israelites. As Moses descended, the weight of this responsibility hung heavy upon his shoulders. The people could almost feel the beating heart of their Creator as they gathered around, their eyes wide with wonder and awe. God's voice resonated in Moses' ears, echoing with clarity. "Let them make me a sanctuary, that I may dwell among them." The simplicity and complexity of that command sent shivers down the spine of every listener. A sanctuary, a tangible space where the divine would rest. The gravity of such a promise ignited hope and stirred the deepest longings of the heart. Moses spoke to the people, and the atmosphere crackled with excitement. The Israelites felt a surge of purpose, a calling to contribute to something greater than themselves. Gold, silver, and bronze, precious stones and fragrant oils. They gathered their treasures with fervor, each artifact a piece of the divine puzzle. The artisans were called forth, gifted craftsmen and women who could transform raw materials into not just a structure, but a symbol of their covenant with God. Bezalel and Oholiab stepped forward, their hands steady, their hearts unwavering. The rhythm of their work became a sacred dance. Each hammer strike, each thread woven, resonated with the heartbeat of their faith. They carved intricate designs of cherubim, their wings stretched wide, guarding the mercy seat of the Ark of the Covenant. The gold shimmered in the sunlight, reflecting the glory of the one it represented. Every stitch, every chisel of stone, was a prayer, a longing to connect with the divine presence that had led them from the chains of Egypt. As the structure took shape, the air vibrated with a palpable energy. Tension rose as the people waited, their hearts racing with anticipation. Would this dwelling be enough? Did their offerings truly reflect their devotion? Would God accept their humble attempts to create a space worthy of Him? It was more than the physical building. It was about the relationship it represented. Every inch of the tabernacle spoke of love, sacrifice, and the desire for intimacy. The outer court, an open space filled with the scent of burnt offerings. The brazen altar, a constant reminder of atonement. The bronze laver, filled with water, a symbol of purification and renewal. Inside, the holy place glowed with the light of the golden lampstand, its flames flickering like the spirits of the faithful. The table of showbread stood as a testament to God's provision, 12 loaves representing the tribes of Israel. And behind the thick veil, the Holy of Holies awaited, an impenetrable space that housed the Ark, where God's presence dwelled in the form of a cloud of glory. The instructions were meticulous, layered with meaning. The colors of blue, purple, and scarlet were no mere decoration. They spoke of royalty and divinity. The linens, spun with care, were a reminder of the delicate balance between the sacred and the ordinary. Every detail whispered of humanity's yearning for connection with the divine, a longing that would transcend generations. As the final touches were applied, a sense of urgency filled the camp. The people gathered, hearts pounding with hope and fear, each one a thread in the rich tapestry being woven. They could feel the weight of the moment, their cries for God's presence reflected in the shimmering fabric of the tabernacle. Then came the moment of truth. The cloud descended, enveloping the structure in a shroud of divine mystery. The people held their breath, eyes wide with wonder as the presence of God filled the space, unmistakable and overwhelming. It was as if the heavens themselves had opened, pouring forth a flood of grace and mercy upon the earth. The air crackled with electricity, the atmosphere thick with the promise of connection. In this holy encounter, the boundaries between the divine and the human blurred. Each heartbeat echoed the ancient rhythm of faith, every soul longing to be near the one who had rescued them from despair. Tears streamed down the faces of the faithful, their voices lifted in praise and gratitude, a spontaneous chorus of worship erupting in the stillness. The tabernacle stood not just as a physical dwelling, but as a living symbol of an unbreakable bond, a promise that God would always be with His people. For generations, this sacred space would hold the stories of redemption, the cries of lament, and the songs of joy. Each sacrifice made at its altars would carry the weight of history and hope, echoing through the ages as a testament to a love that refused to be contained. And with every passing moment, as the smoke from the sacrifices swirled towards the heavens, the tabernacle became a place where ordinary lives touched the extraordinary. Would they continue to honor this dwelling? Would their hearts remain open to the divine presence? As the sun dipped below the horizon, the glow from the tabernacle illuminated the night, a beacon of hope in a world filled with uncertainty. Yet even as the people rejoiced, an undercurrent of tension remained. How would they maintain this sacred connection? What challenges awaited them in the wilderness? The future loomed ahead, shrouded in mystery, leaving them both anxious and excited. The journey was far from over. The tabernacle was merely the beginning, a divine promise that beckoned them to step forward into the unknown, hand in hand with their God. In the unforgiving desert, shadows danced as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting a golden hue across the sand. There stood a crowd, restless and anxious, their eyes fixed on a figure looming on the mountainside. Moses, brave and powerful, had climbed the peak to speak with the Almighty. Below him, whispers fluttered like dry leaves on the wind. Where is he? Why does he linger? A sense of urgency brewed among the people of Israel, lost in the wilderness, struggling to hold onto their faith. Days turned into weeks. The golden shimmer of hope began to fade, replaced by doubt that settled like dust on their hearts. The Israelites, a people who had tasted freedom yet found themselves ensnared by uncertainty, craved something tangible. They longed for a God they could see, touch, and worship, a companion in their lonely journey across the barren land. As the sun sank deeper, a spark ignited within the restless crowd, fueled by fear and desire. Among them, Aaron stood, a leader but also a man swayed by the tide of emotion. He felt their desperation, the weight of their expectations pressing against his chest. The people approached him, their faces etched with anxiety. "Make us a god," they pleaded, desperation tinged with a wild excitement. "We need something to guide us, someone we can truly see." The words hung in the air, a summons to folly. With trembling hands, Aaron succumbed to their cries. He gathered the gold jewelry, rings, and trinkets, gleaming treasures stripped from their past in Egypt. As he melted the precious metal, the heat of the flames mirrored the fiery passion of the crowd. What emerged from the molten gold was a figure that would haunt their legacy. The golden calf, a creature that stood tall and proud, embodying their yearning for certainty and clarity. The crowd erupted in jubilation, their shouts echoing beneath the vast sky. The warmth of approval surged around Aaron. In that moment, he became a hero in their eyes. But as the celebrations began, a shadow loomed over the mountain. Up high, Moses, unaware of the chaos brewing below, was receiving divine laws, etched in stone by the very hand of God. With every commandment, his heart swelled with the weight of responsibility. Yet, a flicker of unease gnawed at him, whispering of trouble below. As he descended, the sound of music and laughter reached his ears, but it was tainted with a sinister undercurrent, a distortion of joy mixed with wild abandon. The sight that met Moses' eyes would forever be etched in his memory. The people danced around the golden calf, their faces flushed with ecstasy. They worshipped the idol as if it were a living deity, their praises ringing out like a haunting melody. The air was thick with the scent of burnt offerings, the raucous laughter mingling with the cries of the faithful. Moses' heart sank as he saw not only their rebellion but the devastating betrayal of faith. The very people he had led from slavery had turned their backs on the true God, seeking solace in a false promise. As he shattered the tablets, the sound echoed like thunder through the ground. The clattering of stone against stone mirrored the shattering of trust. Chaos erupted. The people shrieked, their joy turning to horror as they realized the enormity of their sin. Some fell to their knees, confusion and fear washing over them. Others, however, clung to the golden calf, unwilling to relinquish the comfort of their idol. Moses stood at the brink of despair, his heart a battlefield of anger and sorrow. "What have you done?" he cried out, his voice slicing through the cacophony. "You have turned away from the God who freed you." The weight of betrayal bore down upon him, heavy and suffocating. The air crackled with tension. The moment hung poised between fury and forgiveness. Aaron, trembling, faced the wrath of his brother, the weight of his actions crashing down like a tidal wave. "I was afraid," he stammered, words tumbling out like stones. They were restless and wanted a God they could see. Yet deep down he knew the truth. He had faltered, succumbed to fear, and led the people astray. A silence fell, thick and choking, as the gravity of their actions loomed like a gathering storm. Suddenly, the ground shook as the consequences of their idolatry began to unfold. Those who clung to the calf found themselves ensnared, their hearts heavy with guilt. The reality of their choices crashed in, a realization that the path they chose would lead to division, punishment, and a broken covenant. The once harmonious community began to unravel, distrust spreading like fire through dry grass. The consequences were swift and brutal. Plague and despair swept through the camp like a dark tide, a reminder of the cost of their rebellion. Families were torn apart, friendships shattered. The laughter that once filled the air transformed into echoes of sorrow. The joy of worshiping the golden calf now felt like a cruel joke. The happiness they sought had become their undoing. Moses stood firm, facing the tempest of emotions swirling around him. There was pain in his eyes, a mixture of disappointment and unyielding love for his people. "This is not who you are," he implored, his voice rising above the chaos. "You are a chosen people, called to be a light in the darkness." His words hung in the air, a lifeline thrown into the depths of despair. As the night deepened, the flickering light of the campfire cast eerie shadows on the faces of the Israelites. They were left to grapple with their choices, the golden calf now a reminder of their folly. Bound by fear and regret, they began to realize the emptiness of their idol. What had once seemed like freedom now felt like chains. In their frantic pursuit of something tangible, they had lost sight of the true God, a reality that bore down on their conscience like an unyielding weight. Yet, amidst the ruins of their rebellion, a glimmer of hope flickered. Some began to step back, to question, to search for redemption. The path ahead was fraught with uncertainty, but a stirring of faith began to stir once more. It was a small flicker, yet it burned bright against the backdrop of despair. As Moses looked into the faces of his people, he felt the urgency of the moment. The story of the golden calf was not just one of failure. It was a poignant reminder of the struggle between faith and fear, hope and despair. The air crackled with tension, a moment poised between the abyss of idolatry and the promise of renewed faith. The night stretched on, and the path forward lay obscured, but the flicker of hope remained, an ember waiting to ignite. In the stillness of the desert night, a heavy silence hung in the air as the flickering flames of the campfires danced against the shadows. The stars sparkled like diamonds scattered across a velvet sky, but their beauty felt distant, overshadowed by the weight of impending doom. The people of Israel, weary and anxious, could feel the tension buzzing around them like an electric charge. They had turned their backs on the very God who had liberated them from slavery in Egypt, crafting a golden calf to worship in his place. Each heartbeat echoed a sense of betrayal, and Moses, their leader, stood at a crossroads, a moment of reckoning that would define not only his legacy but the future of a nation. Moses, a man of deep faith and fierce loyalty, climbed the rugged slopes of Mount Sinai, his heart pounding with urgency. He had just descended from the mountain, carrying the commandments that would guide his people, but the sight he encountered below was enough to shatter his spirit. The laughter of the revelers, the clang of metal, and the desperate cries of the faithful filled his ears. It was chaos, a spiraling descent into idolatry and sin. They had broken their covenant with God, and the consequences loomed like a storm on the horizon. As he reached the summit, the air grew thick with the presence of the Almighty. Moses fell to his knees, the weight of the nation resting heavily on his shoulders. He lifted his voice, trembling yet determined. "O Lord, What will become of your people?" His words were more than a plea. They were a cry from the depths of his soul. He knew the anger of God burned hot against them, a righteous fury that was justified. The people deserved punishment, yet in his heart, a flicker of compassion ignited. The memory of their suffering in Egypt flooded his mind. Their cries for freedom, the tears of mothers, the cries of children. He could not bear the thought of their destruction. "Remember Abraham, Isaac, and Israel," he urged, the names rolling off his tongue like a desperate mantra. "You promised them, Lord. You swore to give their descendants a land flowing with milk and honey. Don't let your anger consume them now." Each word dripped with emotion, a mixture of fear, love, and unwavering hope. As he spoke, a vision of the future unfolded in his mind. He saw a land filled with promise, a place where his people could thrive and worship freely. He envisioned children playing under the sun, laughter echoing through the fields, and families breaking bread together in peace. But that vision hung by a thread, and the weight of his responsibility pressed heavily upon him. God's voice thundered from the mountain like rolling thunder, powerful and unyielding. "I have seen this people, and behold, it is a stiff-necked people. Now therefore, let me alone, that my wrath may burn hot against them, and I may consume them." The divine decree struck Moses like a lightning bolt, electrifying him with the reality of their doom. The anguish twisted in his belly. What good was it to lead a nation if they were to be wiped from existence? In that trembling moment, Moses rose from his knees, his heart pounding with a fierce determination. He would not let them be lost. Not on his watch. He stepped to the edge of the cliff, arms raised to the heavens, a lone figure against the backdrop of the infinite sky. "Oh God, forgive them!" he cried out, his voice reverberating off the mountains, echoing back with the haunting reminder of the people's folly. "Blot me out of your book that you have written," he pleaded, his voice breaking. The desperation in his tone was palpable, a raw and aching surrender. The idea of sacrificing his own life for the sake of a nation filled him with dread, yet a fierce loyalty ignited his soul. He was willing to face the consequences, to stand in the gap for those he loved, with all their faults and failures. The stillness that followed was profound, and Moses could feel the world around him holding its breath. The weight of his intercession hung in the air like a promise, a lifeline thrown into tumultuous waters. His passionate appeal for mercy stirred something in the heart of God, a flicker of grace amidst the storm. The tension was palpable, a mixture of fear and hope that wrapped around him like a shroud. Then, God's voice softened, but it did not lose its authority. "Whoever has sinned against me, I will blot out of my book. But now go, lead the people to the place of which I have spoken to you." There was both a promise and a challenge in those words, a call to carry on in the face of despair. Moses felt the emotional weight lift slightly, but it was still accompanied by an undeniable sense of urgency. With a new fire ignited in his heart, he turned away from the mountain, the path winding downwards to the camp below. He was a man transformed, no longer just a leader but a shepherd willing to lay down everything for his flock. The flames of the campfires flickered like stars fallen to earth, and he saw the faces of his people, lost, frightened, but still capable of redemption. As he descended, he could see the golden calf glinting in the firelight, an affront to everything they had experienced together. Anger flared within him, but along with it came a fierce resolve. He would not let this be the end. He would reclaim their hearts. With each step, he prayed fervently, asking for strength and wisdom, vowing to guide them back to the path of righteousness. The cries of the people welcomed him like a stormy chorus, a blend of fear and confusion. "Moses! Moses!" they called, their voices trembling with uncertainty. He held the tablets of stone in his arms like fragile treasures, symbols of their covenant with God. The moment he reached the camp, the reality of their sin washed over him like a wave, but he stood firm, a sentinel of faith in the midst of chaos. What would he say to them? How could he lead them back to the God they had forsaken? The heart of a leader is often forged in the crucible of crisis, and in that moment, Moses knew he would fight for them, not only with words but with actions that could stir their very souls. The tension between judgment and grace danced in the air like a delicate balance, and Moses, with his heart laid bare, was ready to challenge his people to rise from the ashes of their rebellion. Back among the people, with fierce determination burning in his eyes, he raised the tablets, ready to ignite a spark of hope and redemption. The journey was far from over. It was just beginning. As the night deepened, the echoes of his intercession lingered like a beacon in the dark, calling them all to a choice, one that would shape their destiny and test the limits of their faith. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the dusty ground where ancient stones whispered stories of old. A crowd gathered, a river of humanity, faces etched with worry, hope flickering like candles in the wind. Among them stood an old man, his hands trembling but steady, eyes gleaming with a wisdom earned through countless seasons. He was a prophet, a voice in the wilderness, and today he would remind everyone of a promise. A promise not just spoken, but lived, felt, and embraced. As the echoes of murmurs filled the air, there was a palpable tension, a yearning for something more. The people had strayed like sheep without a shepherd, following paths that led them far from the familiar embrace of love and grace. Sin had woven itself into the tapestry of their lives, threatening to suffocate the very essence of their being. Yet, here, in this moment, hope was a fragile thread, ready to be rewoven into their hearts. The old man raised his staff, the wood weathered but strong, and silence fell like a soft blanket. He spoke of a covenant, a sacred agreement between God and his people, one that had weathered the storms of betrayal and misunderstanding. "Do not lose heart," he urged, his voice a gentle wind stirring their souls. "For even in your darkest hour, God's mercy shines brighter than the sun." The crowd leaned in, drawn by the gravity of his words. Whispers of forgiveness danced in the air, the promise of renewal hanging like ripe fruit within reach. They could feel the weight of their burdens, the guilt, shame, and sorrow wrapping around them like chains. But the old man was here to break those chains. The Lord is gracious and compassionate, slow to anger and abounding in love, he proclaimed, each word igniting a flicker of hope in their hearts. Just then, a woman stepped forward, tears brimming in her eyes. Her story was one of heartbreak. She had lost her way, her family, her very self. The weight of her past pressed down on her shoulders, heavier than any stone. "Can I really be forgiven?" she cried, vulnerability pouring from her like a river. The crowd held its breath, the air thick with anticipation. Would she find the mercy she so desperately sought? The prophet stepped closer, locking eyes with her, the depth of compassion in his gaze like a warm embrace. "Yes," he stated simply yet profoundly. "The Lord longs to show you his mercy. Turn your heart back to him, and you will be renewed." The crowd erupted into murmurs, a wave of understanding washing over them. Forgiveness was not a distant dream. It was a living reality waiting to be claimed. As the sun dipped lower, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, the old man continued to weave stories of redemption, tales of those who had stumbled but found their way back to the light. With each narrative, the energy in the air pulsed, hearts beating in unison with the rhythm of hope. There was a man, once lost in despair, who found purpose in service. A young girl who had once been shunned but became a beacon of love. Each life a testament to the unyielding grace of God. But there were also tales of darkness, betrayal, and the cost of wandering too far from the covenant. The prophet spoke of a people who had turned their backs, their hearts hardened like stone, only to find themselves engulfed in despair. The crowd shivered as he described the desolation that had come upon them, the emptiness echoing like a hollow drum. Yet, even amid those dark tales, a glimmer of hope remained, a promise that the door to mercy was never truly shut. In that moment, the old man raised his hands high, his voice ringing clear and true. "Hear me, O people, a new day is dawning. God is calling you back to him, offering a renewal of the covenant. His mercy is a river that flows without end, washing over every sin, every mistake. Will you return? The question hung in the air, a challenge and an invitation. The crowd stirred, hearts racing, as they contemplated the weight of his words. A ripple of resolve began to flow through them, igniting a fierce desire to reclaim what had been lost. They glanced at one another, unsure yet hopeful, recognizing that they were all searching for the same thing: forgiveness, healing, a second chance. An elderly man stepped forward, his voice quivering but firm. "I have wandered for too long," he admitted, eyes locked on the prophet. "I want to return to the covenant." A chorus of agreement erupted as others began to voice their long-buried regrets, their desires for renewal. It was as if shackles were falling away, the weight of their past lifting with each declaration of intent. As the sun finally dipped below the horizon, casting a deep blue twilight across the land, the air crackled with emotion. Laughter mingled with tears as hearts began to mend. The old man smiled, his mission clear, his purpose fulfilled. This was not merely a gathering. It was a revival, a moment where the sacred promise of mercy was alive and pulsing in every soul present. Yet, amid the joy, a shadow lingered, the realization that the journey of renewal would not be easy. The old man could see the flickers of doubt in some eyes, the fear that the shadows of their past would creep back into their hearts. But he also sensed a new strength forming, a community ready to support one another in this sacred return. He knew that the next chapter would demand courage, to step forward in faith each day, to hold on to the promise of mercy even when the road grew tough. He felt the weight of responsibility as their guide, leading them not just to the promise of forgiveness, but into an ongoing relationship with the divine, a connection that would sustain and nourish them as they walked the path of renewal together. And so, with a heart full of hope and eyes fixed on the horizon, the crowd began to disperse, their spirits lifted, a newfound joy guiding their steps. The bonds they forged in that sacred space would carry them through trials and tribulations, a reminder that God's mercy was not just a fleeting moment, but a wellspring of strength that would never dry up. As they moved away, the old man remained, a sentinel watching over the gathering dusk. He felt a surge of gratitude wash over him, knowing that this was not just the end of a meeting, but the beginning of a new chapter, a story waiting to unfold, rich with emotions, struggles, and victories yet to be written. The heavens themselves seemed to hold their breath, waiting for what would come next in this sacred tale of renewal. A promise echoed in every heartbeat, in every tear, and in every prayer whispered into the twilight. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden glow over the encampment of the Israelites. A wild energy buzzed in the air as the final touches of the tabernacle took shape, a sacred space that promised to become a dwelling place for the Almighty. Excitement thrummed through the hearts of the people, each pulse echoing the fervent belief that they were not just wanderers in the wilderness, but chosen ones destined for a divine encounter. Moses stood before the massive curtains, their rich colors vibrant against the backdrop of the setting sun. His heart raced as he gazed at the intricate embroidery depicting cherubim, golden threads woven into fabric that seemed to shimmer with ethereal light. This was not just a tent. It was a declaration of God's presence among them. As they completed each piece of the tabernacle, the air felt charged, as if every square inch of fabric and every polished piece of wood was infused with an electric promise. A promise that the Creator of the universe would walk among them. With each day that passed, the community poured their hearts and resources into this holy project. Skilled artisans, inspired by the Spirit, crafted the elements of the tabernacle with meticulous care. The Ark of the Covenant, a gilded box housing the tablets of the law, became the centerpiece of their collective effort. It stood as a testament to the covenant made on Sinai, a reminder that they were not abandoned but intimately known and loved. The weight of this truth hung over them, a tangible presence that evoked both reverence and a deep yearning. As the final pieces were put into place, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. The priests, dressed in their splendid garments, gathered around the entrance, their hearts racing at the thought of what was to come. The bronze altar, where burnt offerings would soon rise like fragrant smoke, stood ready. Flickering flames danced in the fire pits, illuminating the faces of the people who gathered, whispering prayers and sharing excited glances. Children tugged at their parents' robes, eyes wide with wonder, as the elders recounted stories of their ancestors who had walked with God. Then came the moment the entire camp had been waiting for. The cloud, which had led them by day, descended like a soft veil. It settled over the completed tabernacle, enveloping it in a magnificent shroud of divine mystery. Gasps rippled through the crowd. The sight was overwhelming. The realization that God had chosen to dwell among them hit like a wave, washing over them and leaving behind a profound sense of peace. Moses, feeling the weight of his role, approached the entrance. His heart was a drum, pounding with the gravity of the moment. He had spoken to God face to face, and now, as he entered the sacred space, he felt an overwhelming rush of awe. The air inside was thick with incense, the aroma a sweet reminder of prayers ascending. The golden lampstand flickered softly, casting shadows that danced across the walls and beckoned him deeper into the presence of the holy. The people outside held their breath, caught in the liminal space between earth and heaven. They sensed that something monumental was unfolding, something that would forever change their understanding of who they were. It was more than a structure. It was an invitation into communion with the divine. The promise of God's presence among them was tangible, an unbreakable bond that transcended the trials they faced in the wilderness. With every flicker of the flame, they felt hope rise anew. But beneath the joy lay an undercurrent of fear. What if they failed to uphold their end of the covenant? What if their unfaithfulness drove the Almighty away? Whispers filled the air. The stories of past rebellions, the golden calf, the moments of doubt that had threatened to sever their connection to God. The weight of expectation loomed large, pressing on their shoulders as they braced themselves for the solemnity of the task ahead. The first sacrifices were made with trembling hands, the blood of the lamb a symbol of atonement. As the smoke spiraled upward, the people felt the release of tension. Their collective fears began to lift like the morning mist. They clung to the promise that God would forgive and restore. Every sound in the camp became a symphony of worship, voices rising in harmony as they acknowledged the divine presence that now filled the tabernacle. Yet it was not just a moment of tranquility. Thunder rumbled in the distance, a reminder of the power of the God they served. The very ground beneath their feet trembled slightly, a gentle nudge that echoed the reality of living so close to the divine. It was both exhilarating and terrifying, a beautiful paradox that painted the atmosphere with awe. As Moses emerged from the tabernacle, it was clear that an unspoken connection had been forged among the people. They shared looks filled with a mix of wonder and trepidation, each one aware that they were part of something far greater than themselves. Their hearts beat as one, united in their longing for God to remain among them. They were not merely assembling a structure. They were building a foundation for their identity, a sanctuary where heaven kissed earth. The clouds shifted overhead, and the stars began to twinkle into existence, one by one, like divine promises lighting the night sky. The realization washed over them that this tabernacle was a living testament to their journey, a space where their struggles and triumphs would intertwine. It would bear witness to their faith and failings, their hopes and heartbreaks, and above all, to the enduring love that God had for his people. The night deepened, and the flickering flames of the tabernacle cast a warm glow, illuminating the faces of those gathered. In that sacred space, where humanity met divinity, they felt the undeniable truth. They were never alone. With every heartbeat, they sensed God drawing closer, weaving his presence into the very fabric of their lives. Each moment swelled with anticipation, leaving them breathless, caught in the extraordinary pull of the divine story unfolding before them. A story that was far from over. A sacred narrative that would continue to echo through generations. In the stillness of the desert, where the sun cast sharp shadows and the air trembled with anticipation, a profound act was about to unfold. The scent of incense hung thick, mingling with the earthy aroma of the dust. The people of Israel gathered, their eyes filled with a mixture of wonder and trepidation. They knew that something extraordinary was about to happen, and a hush fell over the crowd as they awaited the moment that would forever change their history. At the center of this gathering stood Aaron, a man of noble bearing yet humble heart. His robes, a vibrant tapestry of colors, blue, purple, and scarlet, danced lightly in the breeze. They were not just garments. They were symbols woven with care and purpose, each thread carrying the weight of a calling that would echo through generations. Aaron looked out at the sea of faces, each one a witness to the sacred moment. The air crackled with energy, as if the very heavens were holding their breath. Beside him stood his sons, Nadab, Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar, young men whose hearts thumped with a mix of fear and excitement. Today, they were not just the sons of a priest. They were to be elevated into a divine role that demanded purity, strength, and unwavering faith. They exchanged glances filled with unspoken words, their hearts racing with the knowledge that they were stepping into shoes that carried both honor and immense responsibility. Moses, the faithful leader, approached them, carrying the anointing oil. The moment was laden with significance, a bridge between the earthly realm and the divine. As he poured the oil over Aaron's head, it glistened like liquid gold in the sunlight, cascading down his beard, soaking into the very fabric of his garments. This was no ordinary oil. It was a sacred elixir, a divine touch that marked him as the first high priest of Israel, set apart for the most holy tasks. The crowd could hardly contain their emotions. Some wept quietly, tears of joy streaming down their faces as they recognized the gravity of what was happening. Others held their breath, captivated by the solemnity of the moment. The air thickened and the atmosphere shifted. It felt as though a veil had been lifted, revealing the raw power of divine purpose at work. As Moses continued with the ceremony, he brought forth the garments for the priests. The elaborate attire represented the weight of their responsibilities, a reminder that they were to stand between God and the people, mediating through sacrifices and prayers. Each piece of clothing was a testament to their calling, intricate designs that told stories of faithfulness and devotion. The people watched in rapt attention as the garments were placed on the young men, draping them in holiness. The time for sacrifice arrived, the tension palpable. A young bull was brought forth, a creature of beauty and strength, the embodiment of life. Its presence stirred a mix of reverence and sorrow among the onlookers, for they understood the significance of what was to come. Aaron's heart raced, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. He knew that this act was more than a ritual. It was a symbol of atonement for the sins of the people, a way to restore their relationship with the Almighty. With hands trembling but steady, Aaron laid his hands on the bull's head, transferring the sins of the people onto the innocent creature. A hush fell over the crowd as they witnessed the power of this ancient act of faith. As the life of the bull ebbed away, a collective gasp erupted, a sound that resonated with the sacredness of sacrifice. The flames of the altar licked the air, sending thick plumes of smoke spiraling into the sky, an offering rising toward heaven. In that moment, the audience sensed the intertwining of fear and hope, the realization that their lives were forever changed. Aaron's heart beat in rhythm with the pulse of history, knowing that this was the dawn of a new era, one where he and his sons would stand as the spiritual leaders, guiding their people through the wilderness toward the promised land. As the smoke settled, the remaining pieces of the ordination unfolded. Moses, with a voice steady yet full of emotion, instructed the young priests on their duties. This was not merely a role. It was a lifelong commitment to uphold the sacred covenant with God and the people. The bond between the priest and the community would be tested, strengthened through trials and triumphs alike. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a golden hue over the scene, bathing Aaron and his sons in a gentle light. They stood, united in purpose, their hearts swelling with pride and humility. The weight of their calling bore down on them like the desert sun, but they embraced it, knowing that they were part of something greater than themselves. Each heartbeat echoed with the hopes of their forefathers, a lineage that stretched back to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And just as the last rays of the sun kissed the earth, a presence enveloped the gathering, a palpable sense of divine approval. The people felt it in their bones, a confirmation that this ordination was not just an event. It was the beginning of a divine relationship that would guide them through darkness and light, through trials and triumphs. As night began to fall, the stars twinkled above, each one a reminder that their journeys were watched over by a greater power. The rituals would continue, the sacrifices would be made, but this moment, the moment of ordination, would forever be etched in their hearts. The air was electric with possibility, pregnant with the promise of what was to come. Aaron and his sons stood, not just as men, but as vessels of hope, ready to carry the burdens of their people. They breathed in the cool night air, letting the weight of their responsibilities settle in. They were priests now, bound to their God, to the people, and to a legacy that would echo throughout the ages. The flickering flames of the altar danced wildly, reflecting the fire within their souls. The night was alive, pulsing with the rhythm of destiny, and their journey had only just begun. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden glow over the camp as murmurs of restlessness spread among the people. Children played near the flickering fire, while the adults whispered, their brows furrowed with uncertainty. The promise of a land flowing with milk and honey felt like a distant dream, one that slipped further away with every passing day. They were now a people on the edge, poised on the brink of the unknown. A hush fell over the crowd as Moses, their leader, stepped forward. The weight of destiny pressed upon his shoulders. Every eye was on him, searching for reassurance, for hope. "We will move," he declared, his voice steady yet filled with an urgency that sent shivers down the spines of those gathered. His words were like a flame igniting a spark of courage in the hearts of the weary wanderers. The sound of the shofar echoed through the camp, a haunting and beautiful call that reverberated through the air. The people stood still, their breath caught in their throats, sensing that this moment marked the beginning of something profound. Yet, apprehension danced in their hearts. Each of them carried a weight, the memories of oppression in Egypt, the fear of the wilderness ahead, and the flickering hope of a promised land that felt almost mythical. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows, they began to gather their belongings. Moses moved among them, a figure of strength and resolve. He met the gaze of each person, and in those brief exchanges, he imparted a silent message. We are not alone. Each face held stories of loss and longing, of families torn apart and dreams deferred. The wilderness awaited, with its vast unknowns, but so did their faith. The journey began with a single step, and yet, that step felt heavy, as if the ground beneath their feet was made of stone. The sound of shuffling feet mixed with the rustling of makeshift tents being taken down, the air thick with the scent of earth and anticipation. Children clutched their parents' hands tightly, sensing the tension. Even innocence could feel the weight of the world in that moment. As night fell, the stars began to blanket the sky, twinkling like the hopes that danced in the hearts of the people. Yet the shadows of doubt crept in. Would they survive the trials of the wilderness? Would their faith hold strong when challenges arose? A mother cradled her child close, whispering a prayer into the stillness, seeking comfort in words that had been passed down through generations. The first days merged into a blur of uncertainty. The heat of the sun beat down mercilessly, turning the vast arid land into an oven. Thirst clawed at their throats, and hunger gnawed at their bellies. With every step, the people felt the weight of their decision, the choice to follow Moses into the unknown. The wilderness was not just a physical space. It was a test of their spirit, a trial that would push them to their very limits. Moses stood atop a rocky outcrop, gazing out at the seemingly endless expanse of desert. A chill ran down his spine as he thought of the challenges that lay ahead. They had left behind the familiarity of Egypt, but now they were faced with a barren landscape that seemed to mock their dreams. "Lord," he whispered, "lead us through this desolation." In his heart, he carried the burden of the people's fears, and with it, the flickering flame of faith that refused to be extinguished. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath them. A cry pierced the air, cutting through the murmur of despair. Panic erupted as a dark cloud loomed on the horizon, a storm brewing that threatened to unleash its fury upon the vulnerable wanderers. The once solid earth turned to mud as the rain began to pour, drenching them in an instant. The chaos of nature mirrored the turmoil in their hearts, and they were left to grapple with their fears. Yet, amid the storm, there was a flicker of resilience. Couples clung to one another, forging bonds stronger than iron. The old shared stories by the flickering flame of a fire that danced defiantly against the rain, their voices rising above the tempest. "Remember the promise," they urged. "The land of milk and honey waits for us." As the storm raged on, Moses found himself at the center of a whirlwind of emotions. Frustration bubbled within him as he felt the weight of the people's doubts. "Why have you brought us here only to perish?" they cried. A mix of anger and compassion surged in him. These were his people, and he could feel their pain, their fear. In that moment, he raised his arms to the heavens, demanding a sign, a miracle to reassure them that they were not lost. And then it happened. A lightning flash illuminated the sky, revealing a path through the darkness. Gasps filled the air as the people fell silent, their eyes wide with astonished wonder. In that fleeting moment, a sense of unity washed over the crowd. They were bound together by a shared purpose and a collective yearning for freedom. With renewed determination, they pressed forward, each step echoing with the sound of hope. As the storm began to subside, the air felt electric, charged with possibility. The sun broke through the clouds, casting a warm light over the weary travelers. They stood together, drenched but alive, feeling the pulse of faith rekindled in their hearts. The wilderness, once a source of fear, transformed into a canvas of opportunity, waiting for them to paint their future upon it. And so, they moved on, each step resonating with a rhythm of resilience and courage, the weight of their shared journey forging an unbreakable bond. The wilderness was vast and unforgiving, but their faith remained unwavering. Little did they know that the trials ahead would test them beyond their wildest imagination. Yet, for now, they were united in purpose, ready to face whatever lay beyond the horizon. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the rugged terrain of the wilderness. Dust rose with each hesitant step, swirling around the feet of the 12 men chosen to venture forth into the unknown. Each of them bore the weight of their people's hopes, their hearts racing with a mix of fear and excitement. The land they were about to explore was a promise, a sanctuary flowing with milk and honey, a land where dreams could flourish. Yet, even as they marched forward, a sense of foreboding loomed larger than the towering mountains that surrounded them. As the 12 spies entered Canaan, the air shifted, felt alive, electric, vibrating with potential. The lush greenery stretched out before them like a vivid tapestry, dotted with clusters of grapes that hung heavy, ripe with sweetness. The scent of blooming flowers mingled with the earthy aroma of the fertile soil. With every breath, they could taste the promise of prosperity. But with it came an undeniable tension. Their minds raced with questions. Would they return with tales of glory or cautionary warnings? The spies split into two groups as they moved through the land, each man driven by a mix of purpose and anxiety. Leaders among them, like Caleb and Joshua, felt the pull of destiny, their hearts beating with the desire to seize what lay ahead. Others, like 10 of their companions, were consumed by fear. They saw the tall, fortified cities, rising like giants against the horizon, and felt their spirits waver. "They are too strong," one whispered, his voice trembling, echoing the thoughts creeping into the minds of the others. Days stretched on, filled with both wonder and dread. The spies climbed hills and crossed valleys, witnessing the beauty of Canaan. Lush fields, fragrant orchards, and flocks grazing in the distance. Yet each stunning vista carried with it the shadow of giants. Lives lived in strength, men and women who had thrived in this land for generations. "We look like grasshoppers to them," lamented one spy, his voice thick with despair. The others nodded, their eyes wide, visions of defeat darkening their hearts. Then came the moment, an encounter that would forever change their report. In a hidden grove, they stumbled upon a cluster of grapes so enormous that it took 2 men to carry a single cluster between them, swinging gently from a pole. The sight was mesmerizing, a testament to the land's abundance. They marveled, laughter and awe mingling in the air, momentarily silencing their fears. This was no ordinary land. It was a treasure waiting to be claimed. But as they gathered their findings, the shadow of doubt crept back in. They returned to the camp, weary but filled with conflicting emotions. What they had seen was breathtaking, yet the images of fortified cities and powerful inhabitants haunted them. The moment of glory they had imagined had transformed into a struggle, a battle between faith and fear. As night fell, the camp buzzed with anticipation. The faces of their fellow Israelites glowed under the flickering firelight, eyes reflecting the hope of a promised future. The spies stood before the crowd, the weight of the moment heavy on their shoulders. Caleb stepped forward first, his voice steady yet passionate. "The land is indeed good. We can take it. God is with us." The crowd stirred, hope igniting like tinder waiting for a spark. But then came the counter. The 10 spies, their hearts darkened by fear, spoke with voices that trembled and shook. "We cannot take it. The people there are strong and the cities are fortified." We felt like grasshoppers in their sight. Their words dripped with desperation, casting a pall over the crowd. The air thickened, tension rising as the murmurs of doubt spread like wildfire. Hearts that had dared to hope now quaked in uncertainty. Panic erupted, voices clashing as the people reacted. "Why did you bring us here?" they cried, tears mingling with rage. The night that had once promised potential now echoed with despair, visions of slavery in Egypt dancing in their minds. Caleb and Joshua fought to calm the tide of fear, but their voices were drowned in the storm of doubt. They stood, 2 voices in the wilderness, fighting for the dreams of their people. Frustration surged within Caleb as he watched the dreams flicker like a dying flame. "Do not fear. We can overcome," he implored, but the shadows of doubt clouded their vision. Joshua joined him, a steadfast presence, calling upon the memories of all that they had witnessed, the overwhelming beauty of the land. "This is our chance. Do not let fear steal our promise." But that was the crux. Fear had taken root, and it whispered relentlessly in the hearts of the people. They felt trapped between the promise of a land rich with potential and the daunting reality of giants standing in their way. The fire crackled, and the night deepened, thick with the tension of unfulfilled dreams. And so the debate raged, a tempest of hope and despair. With every word, the stakes grew higher, and the pulse of the crowd quickened. The spies stood at the edge of destiny, caught in a moment where everything could change. Would they embrace the promise or turn away in fear? As dawn broke, casting golden rays across the land, the air was thick with uncertainty. The moment hung suspended in time, a choice waiting to be made. The 12 men, once full of faith, now stood on the brink, gazing into the unknown, while the whispers of the land called to them, urging them forward, calling them to claim the promise that lay just beyond their reach. The future was unwritten, and destiny awaited, shrouded in both fear and the shimmering light of hope. The morning sun crept over the horizon, casting a golden hue on the sleepy village of Eldon. It was a day like many others, but the air hung heavy with an unsettling tension, thick enough to draw sharp breaths. The townsfolk shuffled about, their eyes darting nervously between one another, as whispers of discontent slithered through the cobblestone streets. In the square, children played, their laughter mingling with the distant toll of church bells, but a shadow loomed over their innocence. Trust, once solid as the stones beneath their feet, had begun to crumble like the very walls that surrounded them. Martha, a widow with weary eyes, stood by her rickety stall, her hands trembling as she arranged the few fruits she had left. "Is it true?" A voice broke through her thoughts. It was Thomas, a farmer whose fields had turned barren under the weight of broken promises. "They say the council plans to raise taxes again." His voice quaked with a blend of disbelief and anger. The words hung in the air, a noxious cloud that clung to the throat, stifling hope. Around them, murmurs swelled. The people had once believed in the council, believed in their leaders who wore their titles like armor, promising prosperity and safety. But the leaders were absent now, cloistered away in their grand halls, distant figures whispered about in the dark. The trust that had tied community and leader together frayed at the edges, unraveling, thread by thread. A fire ignited within the crowd as frustrations boiled over. "We've given enough," shouted a voice from the back. It was Eliza, a fierce woman who had lost her husband to the merciless grip of famine. "What more do they want from us?" Her words sliced through the air, igniting a spark in the hearts of the people. Anger surged like a tidal wave, crashing against the walls of their silent compliance. The council's indifference to their plight became a painful reminder of their own powerlessness. In a world where leaders lived in opulence, the villagers felt like shadows, mere echoes of the lives they once led. As the sun dipped lower, the embers of rebellion flickered and glowed, igniting the hearts of those who had been too afraid to speak. In the tavern on the corner, a group huddled around a table, whispering plans that tasted of both hope and danger. "What if we stand together?" one man proposed, his voice low yet filled with fervor. "What if we demand the respect we deserve?" Each word wrapped around the room, tightening like a noose around the leaders who had forgotten the very souls they were meant to protect. The nights grew longer, filled with clandestine meetings and hushed conversations under the pale moonlight. As the people bonded over their shared suffering, a sense of purpose began to swell. They were no longer merely a collection of individuals. They were a community united by pain and disillusionment. But rebellion was not without its price. Just as the fire began to burn, a chill swept through Eldon. Word arrived that the council had heard the whispers, and they were not pleased. "We must silence them," a council member declared, his eyes dark with resolve. The threat hung in the air like a thick fog, suffocating any flicker of hope. In the days that followed, warnings were issued, and patrols roamed the streets, watching, waiting. Any sign of discontent was met with swift and brutal force. The people of Eldon felt the weight of fear, each step heavier than the last. Martha and Thomas exchanged worried glances, the flicker of rebellion dimming in their hearts. But even in despair, hope clung stubbornly to the edges of their resolve. The townsfolk gathered once more, the square illuminated by torches held high, casting long shadows that danced around them. "They fear us," Eliza cried, her voice rising above the crowd. "They fear what we could become if we stand together." The flames of defiance ignited anew, fueled by the knowledge that their leaders had abandoned them. In the days that followed, the tension grew, an electrifying pulse in the air that no amount of fear could silence. Each day felt like a drumbeat, marching them closer to an inevitable clash. The council's walls grew thicker, their guards more menacing, but the villagers pressed on, undeterred. Their hearts beat as one, the sound echoing through the cobbled streets, a relentless reminder that they were no longer invisible. The day of reckoning arrived without fanfare, a storm brewing on the horizon. Rain began to fall, heavy droplets cascading from dark clouds, drenching the town in a shroud of gray. It mirrored the somber mood of the people, but they pressed on, their spirits unbroken. The square filled with bodies, each one a testament to the growing discontent that had transformed into a tidal wave of rebellion. "Enough!" shouted Thomas, stepping forward, his voice trembling with emotion. "We will not be silenced anymore. We deserve to be heard." His words crashed against the council's defenses, and the crowd erupted in a chorus of agreement, voices intertwining in a melody of defiance that resonated through the air. But as they stood firm, a silence fell over the crowd, a moment pregnant with anticipation. From the shadows, figures emerged, cloaked in dark uniforms, faces obscured but intentions clear. The council's guards had come to quell the uprising, to remind the villagers of their place. Panic surged through the gathered bodies, but it was quickly replaced by a steely determination. The first clash erupted like thunder, the sounds of bodies against bodies echoing through the streets, reverberating in the hearts of all who witnessed it. Fear became a fleeting emotion, drowned out by the roar of rebellion. Villagers fought not just for their rights but for their dignity, their voices rising above the chaos, each shout a piercing declaration of their refusal to be oppressed. In that moment, as rain poured down like tears from the sky, They became something greater than mere individuals. They became a force that history would remember, a testament to the power of unity in the face of tyranny. And as the storm raged on, the question lingered in the air. What would be the cost of their rebellion? What consequences awaited those who dared to challenge the very foundation of their reality? The answer hung, tantalizingly just out of reach, as the battle raged on, and the world bore witness to the birth of something new. A hush fell over the camp as the last rays of the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows that danced silently around the flickering fires. The air was thick with the scent of dust and uncertainty, a heavy reminder of the long journey endured. Whispers of fear spread among the people like wildfire, igniting anxiety in hearts already burdened with despair. It was not just the weariness from wandering that plagued them. It was something far more sinister. A deadly affliction had struck the Israelites, a vicious plague that consumed their loved ones, leaving behind only the hollow echoes of laughter and the chilling embrace of death. In the midst of this turmoil stood Moses, his face etched with the lines of leadership and the weight of responsibility. He gazed into the distance, his heart heavy with the cries of the suffering. Each wail felt like a dagger, piercing his soul with the anguish of a million silenced prayers. The people looked to him, their eyes wide with expectation, a desperate hope flickering like a candle in the wind. "What must we do?" they pleaded. "How can we be saved?" Moses felt the burden press down upon him, a relentless tide threatening to sweep him away. God's voice echoed in his mind, firm yet gentle, guiding him through the chaos. "Make a bronze serpent." The command had come, clear and resolute. "Lift it up on a pole, and anyone who looks at it will live." Even as the words rang true, doubt lingered in the air like a thick fog. How could something so simple bring healing to those afflicted? Yet, in that moment of desperation, hope glimmered like the first light of dawn. That night, with the stars twinkling above, Moses gathered the craftsmen of the camp. Their hands worked tirelessly, molding the metal into the shape of a serpent, a twisted figure, yet imbued with a promise of salvation. It was a sight to behold, glistening under the moonlight, a beacon of hope amid despair. But there was a palpable tension. Would the people believe? Would they have the courage to look up? As dawn broke, the camp was alive with a sense of urgency. Families huddled together, the ache of fear palpable in their eyes. The cries of the afflicted echoed through the air, a haunting symphony that tugged at the heartstrings. Moses stood at the center, the bronze serpent raised high on a wooden pole. Its surface shimmered with the light of a new day, a stark contrast to the shadows of sickness that loomed over them. "Look and live," Moses called out, his voice a clarion call through the chaos. "The Lord has provided a way." Doubt flickered in the crowd, but desperation drove some forward, their hearts racing with disbelief and yearning. As the first man stepped closer, he raised his eyes to the serpent, hope mingling with fear. And in that instant, something miraculous happened. An undeniable warmth surged through him, banishing the chill of death that had gripped his bones. One by one, others followed, their gaze lifting to the bronze serpent. It was a simple act, yet it carried the weight of faith. People who had been on the brink of despair felt life rushing back into their veins. The cries of anguish transformed into gasps of relief and joy. Laughter broke free like a caged bird, soaring into the morning air. The past was washed away by the tide of healing that swept through the camp, a testament to the power of belief. But not everyone was convinced. Some stood back, arms crossed, skeptical of the seemingly foolish act. "What good is looking at a serpent?" they scoffed, their voices laced with disbelief. Yet, as the healed rejoiced around them, a creeping sense of regret washed over the doubters. They were on the outside, watching the miracle unfold but too afraid to take that first step, too caught in their cynicism to look up. As the sun climbed higher, the camp transformed. From despair to joy, the shift was palpable, yet an undercurrent of tension remained. The sight of the bronze serpent became a focal point of hope and conflict, a symbol of faith for some, a mockery to others. Those who had looked up found themselves renewed, their spirits soaring. Meanwhile, the doubters remained shackled by their skepticism, watching helplessly as those around them embraced the miracle they could not fathom. Moses, standing tall, witnessed the transformation of his people. Yet his heart ached for those who chose to turn away. He understood their fear. It was a reflection of the human condition, the struggle between doubt and faith, life and death. The air crackled with emotions. It was a moment suspended in time, a clash of despair and hope, of sin and redemption. As night fell once more, the fires crackled with renewed vigor, laughter mingling with the stars above. Yet, the bronze serpent stood silently in the shadows, a reminder of the choice laid before each soul. A choice between looking up to find healing or turning away to face the darkness. The stories of those healed would linger in the air, echoing through the generations to come, a testament to faith's power. But the doubts would remain, too, lurking in the hearts of many, a battle between light and darkness that would never truly end. And so, the camp, once steeped in despair, breathed anew. The bronze serpent, gleaming in the moonlight, held the promise of healing, yet whispered of the fragility of faith. In the heart of the night, hopeful souls turned their eyes upward, while others still wrestled with the shadows of disbelief, creating a tapestry of human experience. A struggle that would ripple through time, echoing the eternal dance between sin and salvation. The air was electric with anticipation, the sting of loss mingling with the sweetness of redemption. As the story of the bronze serpent continued to weave its way into their lives, binding them in an unbreakable thread of shared experience, unyielding hope, and lingering questions. The sound of the wind rustled through the camp, almost like whispers from the past, stirring the hearts of the Israelites gathered on the plains of Moab. They stood in a vast assembly, anticipation hanging thick in the air. This was not just any gathering. It was a moment etched in the very fabric of their history. They were about to hear the commands that would shape their identity, their purpose, and their relationship with the divine. It was a second chance, a reaffirmation of promises made long ago, a moment that crackled with the electric tension of fresh beginnings. Moses, the aged leader, stood before them, his frame bearing the weight of countless burdens. His voice, weathered yet potent, rose above the restless murmurs of the crowd. He seemed to embody the essence of both urgency and peace, a bridge between the past they had endured and the future that lay ahead. As he began to speak, each word felt like a pebble cast into a still pond, rippling outwards with significance, stirring memories of Sinai, of thunder and lightning, of the glory of God descending upon the mountain. "Listen carefully," he urged, his eyes sweeping the sea of faces. "Young, old, weary, hopeful. I am repeating the commandments that were given to you, for these are not mere laws. They are the lifeblood of your covenant with the Almighty." The crowd silenced, ears straining, hearts racing, as the weight of history pressed down upon them. They had wandered through deserts and faced insurmountable trials. Yet here they were, poised on the brink of destiny. As Moses recounted the 10 Commandments, the air thickened with emotion. Each commandment ignited a spark of remembrance. "You shall have no other gods before me." The words echoed through the generations, a firm reminder of their singular devotion. The Israelites had seen the consequences of forsaking this command, had felt the bitterness of betrayal when their hearts had strayed. Moses paused, allowing the weight of his words to sink in. The memory of their idolatry, the golden calf, flashed through the minds of many like a dark cloud. Shamed faces and tear-streaked cheeks emerged in the flickering shadows of recollection. They had cried for forgiveness, and here was the chance to reaffirm their commitment, to rise from the ashes of their past mistakes. "You shall not make for yourself an idol," he continued, his voice rising. Each command fell like a hammer, reshaping their understanding of fidelity. The story of their deliverance was not merely in the escape from Egypt. It was in the commitment to live differently, to be a people set apart. Goosebumps raced along their arms as conviction swelled within their chests. This wasn't just about rules. It was about relationship, about guarding their hearts against the seductions of the world. As he moved on to the commandment about honoring parents, a hush fell over the crowd. The very foundation of their society rested on respect and love within families. Mothers and fathers cradled their children a little closer, as if to shield them from the harsh realities of life outside their camp. The lessons of respect, of community, and of legacy intertwined, a tapestry woven with sacred threads. Remember the Sabbath day, to keep it holy. The words hung in the air, a gentle call to rest and reflection. The Israelites had been through relentless labor. They had known exhaustion. To pause, to reflect, was not merely a luxury. It was a divine command, a chance to reconnect with their Creator. The idea of a day set apart for rest filled their hearts with hope, a balm for weary souls. As Moses continued, his voice rising and falling like the waves of the sea, he spoke of honesty, of purity, of integrity. You shall not bear false witness. With each commandment, he was not merely reiterating a list but reminding them of the very essence of their faith. Their community was built on truth, and lies would shatter the very bonds that held them together. The tension in the air thickened as he reached the final commandments, those that called for purity of heart and fidelity in relationships. You shall not covet, he declared, and the solemnity of that command sent ripples through the crowd. Desire, unchecked and unbridled, could lead to ruin. The weight of greed, of envy, loomed large over their journey. They had seen too many lives unravel due to jealousy, too many friendships shattered by comparison. Moses, sensing the gravity of the moment, took a breath and looked deep into the eyes of his people. These commands are not restrictions. They are the pathways to life. They are what will protect you, what will guide you. His voice trembled, a mixture of passion and urgency. The fire in his heart ignited the spirits of those before him. Tears welled in the eyes of the elders, the memories of loss and regret swirling like leaves in the autumn wind. The younger generation, eager yet uncertain, clung to hope, their eyes shining like stars breaking through the night. This was not just a recitation. It was a renewal of vows, a collective commitment to rise above the chaos that had so often marked their journey. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the assembly, Moses' voice grew softer, yet no less powerful. This day, I call heaven and earth as witnesses against you. Choose life, that you may live. The words resonated like thunder, echoing through the mountains that surrounded them, binding them to one another, to their Creator, and to the land they were about to enter. The crowd erupted in murmurs, a swell of emotion building as they grasped the enormity of the moment. They felt the stirrings of courage and conviction, their hearts beating in time with a shared purpose. It was a new dawn, an opportunity to forge a path not just for themselves, but for generations to come. As Moses stepped back, the weight of history resting heavily on his shoulders, it became clear. This was not an ending but a beginning. The air crackled with anticipation as they prepared to step forward, to embrace the promises laid before them, knowing that the road would be fraught with challenges, but fortified by the laws that now lay anew in their hearts. The journey of living out these commands would shape their lives, their destinies, and their legacy. The stage was set, and the next chapter awaited, shimmering just beyond the horizon. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting golden hues that danced across the rugged terrain of Moab. There, atop Mount Nebo, an elderly man stood alone, gazing into the distance. His heart was heavy, yet filled with a profound sense of purpose. Moses, the once mighty leader of the Israelites, felt the weight of years etched into the lines of his face. The air was thick with anticipation, the kind that hangs heavy before a storm. It was a moment that shimmered with both promise and sorrow, and deep inside, he knew this was the end. As shadows stretched long across the land, memories flooded Moses' mind. Flashes of the burning bush, the parting of the Red Sea, the commandments carved in stone. Each event was like a thread, weaving a tapestry of triumph and struggle. He remembered the cries of the Israelites, their faith wavering in the harsh wilderness. He could still hear the echoes of their complaints and the joy that followed divine miracles. Moses had led them through trials that tested their spirits and faith. He had been their guide, their voice of reason, their connection to the Almighty. Yet here stood Moses, facing the reality that his journey was coming to a close. He had not set foot in the promised land, the land flowing with milk and honey, the dream of generations. His heart ached at the thought. Would they remember him? Would they carry forward the teachings he had imparted? The wind whispered through the valleys below, as if the land itself held its breath, waiting for the inevitable. Moses turned his gaze to the Israelites camped in the valley. He could see them, bustling with life and energy, unaware of the momentous conversation unfolding between him and his Creator. It was a bittersweet sight, joy mingled with a gnawing sadness. He had led them, fought for them, and now it was time to pass the torch. This was not just the end of his life, it was the end of an era. His heart swelled with love for these people who had become like family, yet a haunting fear clung to him. Would they step into the future without losing sight of their history? In that moment, God spoke to Moses, his voice a gentle thunder. "Climb to the top of the mountain, and there you will see the land I promised to your ancestors. But you will not enter it." The words hung in the air, a blend of reassurance and resignation. Moses bowed his head, swallowing the lump in his throat. It was a heavy task to bear, but he knew he had to trust in the divine plan. Moses had walked through the fire of doubt and emerged stronger, but this was the ultimate test of faith. With trembling legs, he ascended the rocky path. Each step echoed the countless challenges he had faced. He thought of Aaron, his beloved brother, who had shared this journey. He felt the absence of Miriam, the sister who had watched over him since childhood. A profound silence enveloped him as he reached the summit, the world sprawling beneath him, a mosaic of promise and hope. He had seen the land before him, lush and alive, a paradise waiting to cradle his people. But as he gazed at it, tears welled in his eyes, each drop a silent farewell. The vast expanse of Canaan shimmered under the setting sun, hills rolling like waves on a golden sea. Moses felt a surge of emotions crashing over him like relentless tides. Would they remember his sacrifices, his unwavering faith? Would they carry forward the commandments, the laws that bound them as a people? He wanted to shout out, to impart wisdom, to tell them to remain steadfast, to trust in God's promise. But the weight of his fate settled upon him, and all he could do was watch. A breeze brushed past, and he could almost hear the voices of the people below. Laughter, prayers, and the clinking of pots and pans filled the air, a melody of life continuing despite the shadows that crept closer. Moses felt a warmth spread through him, a reminder that his essence would live on in their hearts and minds. He had sown the seeds of faith, and it was now time for them to grow. As darkness began to cloak the mountain, Moses knelt, his frail body humbled by the immensity of his purpose. He prayed for his people, pouring out his heart to God, asking for strength and guidance for the journey ahead. Each word was a plea wrapped in love, each breath a promise to stay with them in spirit. The stars began to twinkle overhead, an ancient chorus of hope and remembrance. But the moment was fleeting. Moses felt the cool grip of death creeping in, like a shadow stretching across the land. The time had come. A sense of peace washed over him, mingled with the ache of goodbye. He whispered his final prayers, knowing full well the significance of what was happening. This was not merely an end. It was a transition, a passage into a realm where his spirit would forever watch over his people. In that profound stillness, he lay back against the rocky ground, surrendering to the inevitable. As his eyes fluttered shut, memories cascaded through his mind, each one a tribute to a life lived in service. The struggles, the victories, the moments of doubt and triumph, they all melded into a single poignant realization. Love and faith never die. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the Israelites below felt a shift in the air, a stirring of emotions they could not quite articulate. They would soon learn of their leader's fate, and the grief that would wash over them would be profound. But even in that sorrow, a glimmer of hope would emerge, for Moses had prepared them for this moment. His legacy would live on, echoing through the generations, as they moved forward into the promised land without him. And so, with the descent of night and the breath of dawn yet to come, an era closed, but the journey of the Israelites was far from over. The land awaited them, rich, vibrant, and alive with promise. Little did they know that as they ventured forth, they would carry not just the memory of Moses, but the spirit of faith that would guide them through the uncharted paths ahead. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an amber glow over the camp of Israel. Tents pitched in hasty formation swayed slightly in the evening breeze, their fabric whispering secrets of anxious hearts. The air hummed with tension as an old leader, weary yet resolute, stood at the edge of the encampment. Moses, a figure both revered and feared, gazed over the vast landscape of Canaan, the promised land, shimmering like a mirage just beyond his reach. His hands trembled slightly as he clutched the stone tablets, ancient symbols of law and covenant, his lifework etched into their surfaces. The murmurs of the people grew louder behind him, a restless sea of faces searching for guidance, seeking reassurance in a time of uncertainty. The murmurs were not just of faith but of fear, fear of what lay ahead, fear of the unknown. As the sun dipped lower, Moses turned, his heart heavy with the weight of what was to come. He knew his time was drawing to a close, and in that moment, he felt every heartbeat echoing in his chest. Who would lead them now? Who would carry the torch of destiny into a land filled with giants? He knew the answer, yet the thought sent a shiver down his spine. Joshua. Joshua had been a faithful servant, a warrior of extraordinary bravery, but now he stood at the precipice of greatness. The enormity of the task ahead loomed over him like an ominous storm cloud, threatening to unleash torrents of doubt. But in the depths of Joshua's soul, a flicker of resolve ignited. He had been molded by years of service, shaped by battles fought alongside Moses, and tempered by the trials of wandering through the wilderness. This was no ordinary man. Joshua was destined to lead. Moses called for silence, and as the crowd hushed, their eyes turned toward him, expectant and anxious. "Joshua," he beckoned, his voice steady but tinged with emotion. "Come forth." The silence was palpable, hearts thrumming like war drums in anticipation. Joshua stepped forward, each footfall echoing against the hard earth, a mix of pride and trepidation swelling within him. Moses placed his hands upon Joshua's shoulders, a gesture that would seal the bond between them. A hush fell over the crowd, the world narrowing to that single moment, a transfer of power cloaked in solemnity. "Be strong and courageous," Moses urged, his voice cracking with the weight of his years. "You will lead this people to inherit the land that the Lord promised them. Do not fear, you are not alone." As the words hung in the air, an electric tension surged through the gathering. It was as if time itself held its breath, caught in the gravity of the moment. Joshua felt the mantle of leadership settle upon him, heavy but warming, like the embrace of a long-lost friend. Every eye was upon him, waiting, questioning, hoping. In that instant, he could feel the spirit of Moses flowing through him, a fierce wind that urged him forward. He looked out over the people, the children, the elderly, the battle-weary, and knew their fears, their hopes, and their dreams were now intertwined with his own. The cries of the children echoed in his ears, their laughter a reminder of what they fought for. The memories of loss mingled with visions of a brighter future, a hope that shimmered like the golden sands of Canaan. Joshua opened his mouth to speak, yet words evaded him. Could he be a beacon of hope? Could he rally them against the walls of Jericho? A shudder ran through him as visions of fierce battles flickered in his mind, of swords clashing and shields raised high. The history of their people pressed down on him like a weight, and he felt the fear nipping at his heels. But then, from within him, a voice whispered fiercely, "You are chosen." It was a reminder of the divine promise, a spark of faith igniting in his chest. Joshua took a deep breath, inhaling the scent of possibility that filled the camp, and finally found his voice. "We will go forward," he proclaimed, his words ringing out with newfound strength. "The Lord goes before us. He will fight for us. Together, we will claim the land." Cheers erupted from the crowd, a wave of sound that lifted the weight of uncertainty from his shoulders, if only for a moment. Faces lit up with hope, eyes shone bright with belief, and in that heartbeat of time, Joshua felt a potent connection with his people, a bond that transcended the fear of the unknown. But just as quickly, a shadow loomed on the horizon of their excitement. The winds shifted, swirling the dust of the desert and carrying with them whispers of enemies waiting just beyond the hills. The Canaanites were fierce and unyielding. Would they stand a chance against such formidable foes? The thrill of the moment wavered as the reality of the battles ahead threatened to crash down upon them like a tempest. Joshua's heart raced, thundering in his chest as the enormity of his new role weighed heavier than ever. Every face that looked to him was a reminder of what was at stake, and every cheer echoed with the promise of new beginnings and the threat of loss. He felt a fire igniting within, a righteous fury that spoke of courage and conviction, urging him to stand tall against the tide of fear. In that pivotal moment, he realized this was not just about him. It was about them, their faith, their journey, their dreams. Joshua drew upon the strength of those around him, the spirit of Moses fueling his ambition. He would lead them into the unknown, hand in hand, heart in heart, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm, golden hue over the camp, the future glimmered with promise. But the shadows of uncertainty lingered, and the path ahead twisted into darkness. With every heartbeat, he felt the urgency to act, to take the first step into a land promised yet perilous. The people awaited him, their eyes wide with expectation, and Joshua knew this was only the beginning. The calling of the brave echoed in the silence, urging him forward, into the unknown, where destiny awaited with bated breath. The wind howled through the ancient sands of the desert, whispering stories of a man who once stood tall against the might of an empire. Moses, a name spoken with reverence and awe, emerged not just as a leader, but as a beacon in the darkness of oppression. His legacy, forged through trials and miracles, etched itself into the very fabric of history and faith. As a child, he was saved from certain death, hidden among the bulrushes by a mother who refused to let go of hope. This moment, a flicker of courage amid despair, set the stage for a life bound to alter the course of nations. From the moment he stepped into the palace of Pharaoh, clad in the finery of royalty, the air crackled with tension. He was not merely a prince raised in luxury. He was a man destined to break chains, a spark igniting a fire of liberation. When Moses returned to Egypt, armed with nothing but his faith and the words of God, the world held its breath. "Let my people go," he commanded, a phrase that would resonate through the ages like a thunderclap in the silence of oppression. Each word was heavy with the weight of an entire nation's suffering, and the plagues that followed were not just punishment. They were the birth pangs of freedom. Rivers turned to blood, darkness enveloped the land, and the cries of a grieving people echoed in every corner. The drama unfolded not just in the lives of the Israelites but also within the heart of Pharaoh. Each refusal to relent pushed him deeper into despair. Through the towering walls of the Red Sea, the Israelites fled, their hearts racing with a mix of terror and exhilaration. The waters parted, a miraculous display of divine intervention, allowing the captives to step into the unknown, a realm of freedom and uncertainty. Behind them, the thundering hooves of Pharaoh's army pursued, a relentless reminder of the pain they left behind. But Moses stood firm, his arms raised high, calling upon the power of the Almighty. And then, with a crash that sent shockwaves through the earth, the waters returned, swallowing the oppressors in a chaotic surge. The echoes of that moment would resonate through time, a symbol of hope for the oppressed and a warning to the tyrants. In the wilderness, the lessons continued. The people, tasting freedom for the first time, grappled with their new identity. They questioned, they stumbled, and they faltered. Yet, through their doubts, they found guidance in Moses. He climbed Mount Sinai, where thick clouds shrouded the peak and the earth trembled in anticipation. There, amidst thunder and lightning, he received the tablets, the 10 Commandments, a divine blueprint for a new way of life. These weren't merely rules. They were a promise of community, justice, and a covenant between God and his people. They formed the foundation of not just a nation but of moral codes that would influence countless societies throughout history. Moses' legacy wasn't confined to the pages of Scripture. It seeped into the very essence of faith. The stories of his life became a lifeline for generations to come. In the synagogues, his name is recited with awe during Passover, commemorating the escape from slavery and the birth of a nation. His teachings inspired countless leaders throughout history, from the abolitionists who fought against slavery to the civil rights activists who marched for equality. Each rallying cry echoed the courage of a man who dared to challenge injustice. Yet, as Moses guided his people through trials and tribulations, he faced his own doubts and weariness. The burden of leadership weighed heavily on his shoulders. His frustrations poured out in the quiet moments, where he questioned the faith of those he sought to liberate. "Am I to bear this burden alone?" he cried out to God, a moment of vulnerability that resonates deeply with anyone who has felt overwhelmed by their responsibilities. The desert was not just a backdrop to their journey. It was a crucible that tested their faith. Each step through the barren lands was a reminder of their past, of the bricks laid without straw, of the whips that lashed against their backs. Yet it was also a place of transformation, where their identity shifted from slaves to a chosen people. Moses, the reluctant leader who once stuttered and hesitated, became a symbol of unwavering faith, showing that even the most flawed among us can rise to greatness. As years turned into decades, the promised land remained elusive. Moses, seeing the glimmer of hope just beyond the horizon, climbed the heights of Mount Nebo. Standing alone, he gazed upon the land flowing with milk and honey, a vision of what was to come. In that moment, the weight of his journey pressed heavily on his heart. He had led his people, fought for their freedom, but he would not set foot in the land he had dreamed of. Tears stung his eyes, but they were not just of loss. They were of fulfillment, of a legacy built on faith that would outlast his earthly life. As Moses closed his eyes for the final time, the winds of the desert carried his spirit into the ages. Generations would tell his tale, of a man who defied an empire, who listened to the whispers of God, and who taught a people that they were worthy of freedom. His story intertwined with the very essence of human resilience and hope. With every retelling, his legacy grew, lighting the path for those who would come after. The ripples of his life span far beyond the pages of ancient texts. They echo in the hearts of men and women who, in their own deserts of despair, cling to the hope that one can rise against the odds. His legacy, a timeless testament to faith and courage, leaves an indelible mark on history, a reminder that the fight for justice and freedom is a journey worth taking. And in every prayer, every song, and every cry for justice, the spirit of Moses walks alongside those who long for liberation, urging them forward, reminding them that they are not alone in their struggle. The story doesn't end with him. It continues, a powerful, unbroken chain linking the past with the present, a testament to a journey that transcends time and space, an everlasting legacy.